All right. I think that's kind of good enough, right? Kind of good enough. Kind of is, well, I mean, we're almost there. Oh boy. Had a weekend, didn't we? I had a weekend. So we're gonna kind of, you know what? That's kind of bugging me. That's definitely bugging me. I might run off. I might run off. We'll see. We'll see. Hmm. The limited run can wait. I guess. I don't know what you're referring to. And welcome, Trash Tendo. How you doing? How's life treating you? E3, oh fuck, man. I had my first kid 9 years ago. 9.5 years ago, and I haven't paid attention to E3 since then. It was just like, because there were a few years where it was like bam, 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 bam. I was just constantly going, and I missed it a few times, and then I just kind of fell out. So I genuinely don't know anything about what's going on at E3. Yeah, I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad to have you here, Trash Tendo. And actually, I might run off for a quick second. I might run off for a quick second and go change my shirt. I was hoping it wouldn't be too light, but I think it is, because now it's making me look super pink. Either that or I'm flushed and overheating. But yeah, always glad to have you here. How are you doing? How's life treating you? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but wasn't there a few weeks? It's okay. It's okay. Wasn't there a few weeks where you were just kind of, you were MIA? I guess is the best way to say it. Either way, doesn't matter that much. Glad you're here. Glad to have you. Always am. Always will be. Okay. So I changed up my setup. I moved stuff around. I messed with all kinds of things over the weekend, so you guys ideally shouldn't notice anything different beyond just less lag, less jumpiness, anything like that. But today it's Monday. And I do my D&D planning stuff. And I actually got to play on Saturday. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. It's bothering me. I will be right back. Like 1 minute. Okay, lesson learned. Have I always been white? Ooh, shit. Oh shit, Meatball figured it out. Meatball's learned my secret. I am, in fact, white. Monday, 2 days vacation left? Oh, I'm jealous. Wait, why am I jealous? I can make my vacation whenever I want. Never mind, good for you, Trash Tendo. Good for you. How are you doing, Meatball? How's life treating you today? I am, like I said, I moved some stuff around, messed with software a bit. I actually I also messed with my sound settings as well. If you guys notice a difference, let me know. If everything just looks and sounds the same, that's cool too. Doing okay, trying to get back into work. Yeah, I know the feeling. And I don't miss those days. But let's see. It is... Technically, you can too, as long as you're still programming. But that still sounds like work. Don't mind me just cracking open a nice, refreshing beverage. I need like a koozie or something. I don't want to flash brands around. But, it's Monday. It's D&D planning day. We got to play on Saturday. Saturday. Hello, Portagax. How are you doing? How's life treating you? It's been a while since we've seen you. It's not work if you love it. Yeah, true. Kind of true. They say do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. They also say do what you love and you'll be taken advantage of. So it's kind of like it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Just make sure you're not being taken advantage of. Trash. But yes, Portagax, it's been a while. And hello, Val. How are you doing? Thanks for sticking around for those ads. Yes, always, ideas are welcome. As always, it is my D&D planning time. I'm here to share my ideas, talk through what I'm working on, as well as discuss your guys' ideas and stuff as well. Yeah, that's why we're here. So Val, please feel free to share stuff. And as always, even easier if you share in our Discord, which I can do that. So, let's see, Meatball, when your vacation becomes your vocation, you'll never vacation again. Yeah, and you know what? That's true. It's like, it's kind of like how professional chefs, they often, by the time that they get home, they don't want to cook anymore. So they don't cook. Even though their love of cooking is what got them into cooking, they got them to be like a professional chef or, you know, a hardworking one. It's no longer what they love to do. There's a lot behind that. Hello, Roxy. How are you doing today? You guys, part of my setup change was I made chat bigger for me so I can read even farther back. It's great. Do what you love and you will just your roll just nat 20. I like it. Val, a city of female gnomes, all named variants of Anne. Gnome Anne's Land. Oh my god. Val, that hurt me. And that's how I know it's good. That's how I know it's good. It hurt to say. It hurt to read. I love it. I love it. So I guess I have some stuff to plan. Not a whole bunch. I have a feeling that where my players are, they're not gonna move a whole lot forward as far as actual travel goes. So I don't think I need to plan too much, but I do need to plan. I do need to plan some things. I can discuss what happened on Saturday. You good just playing through a horror mod quest? Nice. See, I told you, Roxy. Is it fun? Are you enjoying it? But yeah, I can discuss what my players went through, what my players did. Because what they did was they went through some stuff that you guys helped create. And boy, did it create a huge fucking roadblock for them. By the way, if you want to know what, if I want to know what you're programming, play the demo to Theropods on Steam. Oh, pimping your own stuff, huh, Trash? If you message it in the Discord, I'll be sure to check it out after the stream. It's good and scary. Nice. So Saturday we played. My players, one of them got hurt, so they didn't show up. The warlock, I ended up kind of rolling with an idea that I had to make sure that his character was still gonna be with the party, but nobody had to run him, so that was good. No, my players didn't die to ninja goblins. I will do the ninja goblins, and we can, one of these streams, we can go over variants of like weaker monsters to make them more relevant for later levels, which shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, 5e's balanced around that, but it's still, as soon as you put the game into the player's hands, it's still a troublesome thing. But no ninja goblins. Fun fact, in Blue Hills, Nebraska, it is, and I quote, illegal for a woman wearing a hat that would scare a timid person to eat an onion. Yeah, I've seen a lot of those like weird, random, stupid, crazy laws that are still in existence. I actually had a whole like packet of paper printed out of all the different ones for all 50 states when I was in like middle school or something. It's stupid. Just baffles you. I know that at some point, I think in California it's still illegal to hunt a whale from a car. Yeah, it is illegal to hunt a whale from a car in California. I don't know how you're gonna hunt a whale from a car, but I guess there needed to be a law for it. Just baffles you. Did I pitch this one gross 2 hours ago? So my players, we had them all together, took care of the warlock, so we didn't have to worry about anybody covering for his character while he was out hurt. But they moved forward, and I guess I should pull up kind of the stuff that they dealt with, because they were pretty much right. They had finished this, right? So all that was really left for them to do was the wild soul spirits, the ice golem fight, and that was about it. And then getting to the temple itself. So they went through those. I had them encounter the ice golems first, which was an immediate, like, oh fuck, we don't want to fight these things. They immediately, like, half of the party actually tried to run, while the other half stood and fought, which was not a terrible idea, but they definitely did try to run and just get out of the encounter, which I thought was funny. But I dropped these ice golems on them. Essentially, I blockaded them in. Ice golems are nice golems. Nice, Val. But yeah, I dropped them on the players. They fought. They did defeat the ice golems. But at this point, their resources are like very, very, very like stretched extremely thin. And they were like, they weren't telling me this, but they were just like, the way they were hemming and hawing over what came next, I was definitely like, okay, I've got them on the ropes. They actually have to think things through for once. So they fought the ice golems, they beat them. I flavored the ice golems to actually be kind of related to the temple, because they're supposed to be. Hello, Gabby. Welcome. So they're supposed to be related to the temple. And throughout this journey, especially not this last session, but the session before when they fought the Chain Devil, the pillars there I had described as having like constellations kind of carved in or pitted into the stone. And I did the same thing with these ice golems. So I was like, oh yeah, now that they're not trying to kill you, you guys get a little bit of a closer look as they're slowly breaking down and falling apart. And I described them being able to catch a couple of like glimpses of what looked like partial constellations and stuff like that. DM Anubis bullies his players. Yeah, sure. So they're like, okay. And there's a lesson at the end of this, I realize. And we can discuss that when we get to it. But they defeat the ice golems, they continue moving forward. I actually managed to almost kill their horses. Next time, make colon golems and see how they react. Gross, Val. But yeah, so they pushed forwards, or horcruxes. Ew. But they pushed forward. The next interaction was the wild soul spirits, like, you know, these nature spirits that are tied to the mountain. They're there because it's a place of power, yada yada, blah blah blah. First one they encounter is the ram, the sheep, the bighorn sheep, whatever the hell you want to call it. I was just like, I described it as being in the center of their path, facing them. As they moved forward a little bit more, it lowered its head. And the ranger was immediately like, I'm gonna fire my arrows at it and kill it. I was like, okay. And I questioned for a second. I was like, should I actually let my players kill this thing? And, well, it was an actual creature, so yeah, I let them kill it. I should have expected that they'd want to kill it, because they're hunters, I guess. They've also gone without real food, mostly surviving off of preserved rations. So should have seen that one coming. But it's fine. It's fine. I was like, okay, that's one thing. Moved on to the figure in the swirling snow holding their hand up. The ranger's the one that saw it, described it to her, and she was just like, huh, okay, that's kind of weird. Pointed it out to the rest of the party. They didn't see anything. It was only her. And that was it. They just kind of left it behind. Jesus, oh my god, Val. Liver liches, spleen spiders. I don't like this. But they move forward. And they start reaching the point where they're hitting the small farmland area outside of the temple. They see the temple walls. They're coming up. They're like, oh, fuck, finally. It's getting to nighttime. Like, literally the last bit of light is fading. But they can see the walls up there. So they push forward. And then I catch the cleric with a root. I went with the random route. Because I said I wanted to do all three, so I did all three. And that root caught the cleric's foot. When I described it, I said that, you know, he falls forward, catches himself, but he's, you know, on his hands and knees now in the snow. And as he looks down to see what's caught on his foot, he sees a root caught on his foot, or that his foot had caught on a root. But it had actually managed to wrap itself fully around his foot. So it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, my foot just caught underneath one. If you've walked out in the woods, I have. And I used to have a habit of dragging my feet when I was younger. Occasionally my foot would catch underneath a root that was just barely up out of the ground. Not that kind of situation. But again, they just kind of brushed it off, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Nobody wanted to read into it. Nobody asked any real questions about it. They just kind of accepted it as this thing happened. We're moving on. And that's fine. So they get to the temple. And this is where things kind of went wrong. Right? This is where things kind of went wrong. So I described the temple as I had kind of designed it, as we had done on stream, as a temple not built into the side of a cliffside, but next to it, using the cliffside as part of like a natural barrier on two sides, with man-made walls stretching the other two. 4 buildings inside, with one area in the back right, that just seemed to have like steam coming up. Didn't tell them what it was. Just said that. Just gave them the description of everything they could see. And this is what I'm looking at. When I'm describing all this stuff, and I've also got everything stuck in my head. Not everything's written down. But because this is what I was looking at, I forgot one thing. And it was this. It was this super, super brutal detail that I had decided I absolutely loved and wanted to throw in. I forgot the blood-eagled guy above the door to the main building. So I described it. Super idle to show. I don't know. Croissants and welcome. But I forgot that one detail. Rectified that later on, but just described it as everything was dark. There was no candlelight, no really light at all. Just, it's a meme. Not one I'm familiar with. At least I don't think I'm familiar with. But anyway. Okay, I will. Okay. But anyway, so they move forward. They enter this area. There's snow everywhere because obviously they're in the mountains in the winter. There's going to be snow. And then I described kind of just like meandering pathways that have been kind of dug out in the snow. Not by hand or by shovel or anything, but just by almost like something dragging through it. And as the players are kind of just standing there taking in the situation, that's when I had one of my lovely new Paribos, big fat chicken nugget looking motherfuckers, waddle out from behind one of the buildings. Which was fun because they're blind. As long as the players are quiet, this thing's really not gonna sense them until it hits within 20 feet of them for that blind sight. And as they're kind of watching this thing wander through, one of the lemurs, I'm gonna call it a lemur, I had coming out of the building on their right, just kind of like slowly moving. These things though can see. So, as soon as they recognize that this thing sees them, they immediately go to attack. And these things were never meant to be a challenge for them. Literally just there meant to be, I guess flavor for the situation, right? So the thing on the right, the monk actually ends up like yeeting the sheep that they had killed at it. And I was like, you know what? That's fine, because we're talking a couple 100 pounds just being what was it? Not shot put, but like hammer tossed at this thing. I was like, yeah, okay, that'll kill it. These things aren't strong anyway, and they're not there to whittle down the player's defenses. Just there, again, as flavor. So they end up killing that one, alerting the fat one, they kill that one, and then all the other ones come out of the woodwork as they just start, like, charging towards wherever this noise is. So, rather quickly, they dispatch of all 8. Like I said, didn't give a shit about them, just wanted it to be bodies. Things that they saw coming at them might be a threat, but they don't know. So take care of them all. And then they listen, and they're looking around, and that's when they're like, you know what, fuck this, it's late, we're hurt, we need shelter. They start heading towards the main temple at first. As they get closer, they're eyeing the area where the hot springs are a bit more, and they decide to detour. And they detour to the hot spring. They open up the door to this area, and they see what it is. Immediately, the monk is like, oh, fuck yes, jumps in, like, rips her clothes off, jumps in, and she's sitting in the hot spring. I was like, okay, that works. Nobody else gets in. Nobody else gets in the hot spring. Except for her. And at first I was like, okay, well, we'll see how this plays out. We'll actually see how this plays out. I ask how long she's gonna sit in there, and she just goes, until they pull me out. I was like, okay, that's fine. They pull her out after 5 minutes. And I was like, I want something. I want something to happen. Because I want them to be tempted a little bit. And welcome, J-Ron. How's it going, buddy? So I was like, you know what? You heal 1 point. You heal 1 point. You're in for 5 minutes. That's fine. I'll give you 1 point of healing. So she's like, oh, okay. So they've now got that, like, that hint that, oh, this thing's gonna help heal us and all of that.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
And hey, Shiz, thank you for the sub. I'm doing all right, Jaren. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. So that's kind of over and done with for the time being. So they head towards the temple. Well, I had planned on the temple being a fairly basic building, mostly just open space for worship, meditation, whatever the fuck it is that monks do. Except for the open staircase in the center of the room that leads down under the mountain to the vault where all the various artifacts and treasure and whatnot are. The things that the monks had put away for safekeeping. They walked in, saw this, and then they heard the banging. Or did they hear the banging beforehand? I think they heard the banging beforehand. But they heard like a banging coming from inside the temple, underneath the temple somewhere. They weren't sure exactly what was banging, what the material was that was being hit. Oh, it's the orgy episode. God, no. But they knew something in there was making noise. You thought it was a spa episode? They go in anyway. I was fully expecting them to like hang out in the dorms or something. But no, they were like, we're going straight for the main temple building. We're gonna go stay in there. They were like, we're taking the horses in. I was like, okay, that's possible. And they were like, we're gonna rest in here. This is what we're doing. So I was like, okay. So they go in. They still hear the banging, a bit clearer now because obviously. They go into the main area. They see the staircase that descends down about 20 feet to a carved out hallway that just runs to the right. As they're up there, they hear this thudding, banging sound, whatever the fuck it is. And they start discussing it. And not quietly. They're not like, oh, we're whispering or anything like that. They're just straight up talking about it. So I was like, okay, while you guys are talking, that banging stops. And you don't hear it anymore. So, of the 5 of them, 4 of them decide to go down and inspect it. The monk is just tired of this shit. She hates being up in the mountains. She hates being stuck in winter, wherever. She was just like, I'm fucking done. I don't want anything to do with this. Let me rest. So she tried to rest. While the other 4 went down under the mountain into the dark, searching for whatever was making that sound. And they found it. They found it. As they walked to the end of the hallway, with the ranger being an Aasimar, she has the light cantrip. She casts light on the barbarian's shield. And that's what they're using to like light their path and see what's coming up. The light washes over a person. I had planned for this bone devil down here to be using an illusion to appear as one of the monks or somebody. I went with somebody, just kind of a random person. Described this person as sitting on the floor with their arms on their knees, kind of head hanging down. As they come up to them, lifts his head and looks at them. They move right up to this guy, right? They move right up to this guy. They want answers. They want them now. They want to know what the fuck's going on. They're beat to shit and they're still acting like the biggest badasses in the, you know, in the world. They get up and I describe the man as having longer like brown hair, straight white teeth, clean shaven or just unable to grow facial hair. They were unsure. And his clothes being mostly like tattered, like just not shredded, but not nice clothes. Mostly just like a dirty white baggy tattered shirt and brown baggy tattered pants. No shoes. Described as nails, like fingernails and toenails, is a little bit longer than or a little bit longer, like they hadn't been taken care of. And the guy had like reddish brown eyes. Oh man, can a guy stare at his own balls without motherfuckers asking him all kinds of questions? Exactly. But he looks up at them and he's again, I didn't want to play this Bone Devil as just an insane killer, right? Because that's not what I wanted him to be. I wanted this Bone Devil to have his own motivations. He wants inside this vault. He wants whatever's back behind it. He knows that there's stuff in there that he wants, he needs, his superiors want or need, anything like that. Immediately welcome, it's True Blue. How's it going? Immediately the barbarian rushes up to the guy and's like, I'm gonna grab him by the neck and pick him up. I was like, okay. You run through, and as you reach for the guy's neck, I described it as his hand passing through the neck and then latching onto something hot. I can't say this because I know what joke everybody's gonna make because the joke was made at my table. I'll say it anyway. Described it as something hot and hard, and it had the feel of like a bone to it, and that's all I gave him. And he held on, and he was like, well, I'm still gonna try to pick it up. I was like, all right, let's do strength checks. You've been wanting to catch one of these streams since I raided Cinder. Ah, yes. Well, welcome. A grave mistake. I know. But he tries to, he's confident in his strength. He's cocky, to say the least. And he tries to lift it. And we rolled opposing strength checks, and he did not roll high enough. He actually rolled, pun intended. He did not roll high enough. He actually rolled, for once, he rolled shit on his strength check. And I was like, I rolled legitimately beat him. And I was like, no, you can't move him. He's like, fine, let's go. And I was like, how do I play this? They obviously were like immediately aggressive. Is this thing going to defend itself? Or is it going to try to give them a second chance? Because again, it really needs in here. I went with the latter. So we had a little bit of role play with them asking questions. They were like, who are you? Where'd the monks go? Where are these people? The barbarian's leading this because, you know, this is where his brother is supposed to be, right? And he wants to find his brother. And I'm not giving them anything. I'm letting them know that this guy has information, but I'm not telling them what the information is. I was very much just I was pushing for the you scratch my back, I might scratch your back kind of thing. Leaving the might out. And good morning, Aqua Leader Matt. How's it going? They asked their questions. I let them go up to the wall, to the puzzle, which I didn't bring with me, but I let them go up to it. I let them check it out. I described it as almost a flat wall, pretty much a flat wall, but with large rings set into it. And these rings are just littered with like dots and what looks like stars. So they're like, okay, this is weird. They touch it, and I'm like, yeah, the rings move pretty much completely freely. I was like, there's a slight amount of friction that you can feel as you move them, but nothing that makes it difficult to spin these rings. So they check it out a little bit, and they're like, Meanwhile, as they do, I move the illusioned Bone Devil behind them, essentially blocking them in. And I describe it as that. I was like, he's staying out of your guys' way by being behind you and blocking your exit. It was a dick move. It was absolutely a dick move because I was trying to provoke my players. I wanted to see just where it was, what the limit was of like shady shit that I could get away with before they were like, you know what? No, fuck this guy. We're taking him out. But they were also beat to hell. They end up telling the guy no deal. They say, we're not gonna help you. If you're not gonna tell us anything, then we're just gonna leave. So I let them leave. I was like, okay, fine. I was like, he'd let them leave because they've been through shit. They're obviously wounded because they were. They're tired. It's the middle of the night and they're stuck up in the mountains. It was not gonna be easy, and if this Bone Devil really wants to, he'll go out and find them and kill them. So I do this. I let them go. They go back up. They find the monk. Hello, Mad and the G. How's it going? So they go back upstairs. They find the monk. They're like, hey, let's get out of here. Meatball, I see your post. Which, if you guys don't know, when I'm doing these D&D streams in our Discord, I keep it up so I can see what you guys post in there. Oh, that's really cool, Meatball. I'll take a look at that. I'm gonna take a closer look at that later on for sure. Hello, it's all right. Well, hopefully it gets better than all right. Hopefully things get much better than all right. So they leave. They grab the monk from upstairs. They're like, hey, let's go rest. But they were like, we're not staying here. Because initially they tried to close the opening to the like that downstairs hallway, and I was like, no, it's locked in place. I was like, you can try to push it. I was like, I know you're strong, but you're not gonna be. I let him. I let the barb try. He tried to push the big stone slab that covered the staircase. Couldn't move it. Said it was locked in place. It's dark in there. They tried to find the lever or the button or something, but none of their investigation checks were good enough to find it, so they were unable to close it. Because I guess their plan was to just like lock the thing up there, lock the guy up it down there. But they were unable to. So they get the fuck out of that main temple building and they start going from building to building. And I gave them descriptions of each one. The bathroom / wash house thing, fairly simple. They went through the dorm room and explored that, found the barbarian's brother's bunk. They brought the horses in there to keep them safe and, you know, out of the weather. Even though it still wasn't warm in there, at least they were out of the weather. And then they moved on to the commissary, the mess hall, the whatever you want to call it, where the monks ate and prepared their food, or prepared and ate their food. And they walk in, check out the dining room. It's pretty much empty. There's tables and chairs and whatnot, or benches, whatnot. Move their way into the kitchen. It's well stocked enough, or at least as far as like the actual equipment goes. Everything was there to be able to help feed, you know, a large number of people. And then they tried to get into the stockroom. And this whole time, they're constantly asking, we're not finding any bodies anywhere? I was like, no, you're not finding bodies anywhere. The mod is called Wandering Ones. It's a great horror quest. Yeah, I've watched gameplay of that one, Roxy. It's pretty good. But they're not finding bodies anywhere. So they're just like, well, something happened. Until they try to get into the storeroom. And the ranger goes to open the storeroom door. And she's not able to get in. She pushed the door open just a little bit, but it was stuck, like something was leaning up against it. She wasn't able to actually get it open enough to be able to squeeze in or anything like that. So, with the barbarians' help, they slam it open, and that's when they find the 6 or so corpses left in the storeroom. And immediately the barbarian starts checking the bodies to see if any of them are his brother. None of them are, because I know where his brother is. But none of them are. And it stresses him out a little bit more. Missed opportunity, you say? How so? But they find these bodies. They're like, okay, this is bad. Could have been skeletons in the closet. Ooh. Well, you know, give it enough time, they'd get there. Oh, that's funny though. But yeah, now they're like, we don't like this situation. We don't like being here. They're like I said, they've been beat to shit. Their resources are stretched thin, and they really didn't want to push themselves to the absolute limit. So, couldn't hold that against them. What about the skeletons that were inside us all along? What about the sack of fat and water that sits inside the skeleton that pilots it? Using strings of flesh and cartilage to move it around. Bodies are gross. So they're like, okay, you know what? Fuck this. We're gonna go sleep in the bunkhouse. At least there's not dead bodies in there. I was like, yeah, okay, fine. But they were first like, we need food. So they decided that they were gonna cook the sheep, the ram, the whatever. And they did that, and I was like, okay, so you're planning on like butchering this animal and then cooking enough of it to feed all 5 of you. And they're like, yeah. I was like, okay, well, that's probably gonna take about an hour and a half, even with the help. They were like, yeah, okay. So the ranger and the cleric are helping the barbarian. The other 2, the rogue and the monk, are like, you know what? We're gonna go chill in the hot spring. I was like, oh, okay. So they go in and they hop in the hot spring. And I asked them, how long are you guys staying in the hot spring? And they go, well, until the others come and get us. I was like, great. So I described it. I described what we had planned, and I could not have done this without you guys. And this is where I had fun and the players got stuck. Okay? So I had fun because I described it as, you know, for the first 30 minutes they relaxed, and these are creatures that are used to meditation and trances and stuff like this, but this was much deeper. This went other places. So I rolled the 2d10 and I was like, yeah, you guys heal for this much. And then I described up to, you know, the next like half hour. And I described the visions of the astral plane, the sea of stars. I described the constellation of the 8-limbed man. I described seeing lands further off in the distance. Up to the 30 minutes, up to the 100, or up to the full hour, I was describing their visions of things becoming less erratic and bouncing around and more coherent and cohesive and honing in on a very specific location. And then I had them roll a D100, or I had them roll their percentile dice, and they did. Funnily enough, for the monk, who unknown to them, what they don't know is I already have all this stuff planned out. Because I'm not going to plan out 100 different scenarios. But funnily enough, the monk actually rolled an 89 on hers. And she was like, what, when she saw it, she's like, what is this? Is this how long I'm going to be stuck doing whatever? I was like, I just kind of shrugged, but I thought that was funny. But yeah, so they both got stuck. And as I described their visions honing in on one specific location, I stopped with them. You're just a brain piloting a meat mech? Well, bone mech with meat armor. Yes, exactly. And that's where I stopped with them. And I turned to the others. And I was like, yeah, you guys managed to, you know, butcher the animal, cut it up, make some food, enough for the 5 of you. You guys are, you know, able to take care of all that. And I told them, you know, after that time, after all of that passed, the other 2 hadn't come back. So the ranger was like, okay, well, I'll go get them. And went to check on the other 2. And that's where she found them. So did they age that many years, or is that how many years of the person's life they watch? That's how many years of the person's life they watch through that person's eyes. So the ranger goes and gets them. Except when she finds them unresponsive, almost like they're just sleeping, right? And I'm like, she's like, okay, well, you know, I touch them, I shout at them, can I get any reaction? I was like, no, you get no reaction whatsoever from them. So she's like, okay, well, shit, I need to go get the others. Goes to get the others. They come, basically pick these 2 up out of the hot spring, take them back into the dining hall, throw them down on tables, and they try to wake them up by slapping them or yelling at them, and nothing's working. Obviously, this stuff's not going to work because the effect on them is magical. And they're just like, huh, well, shit. Hopefully it'll wear off in the morning, and they all decide to go and take a rest. They carry them over to the bunkhouse. They get the the unconscious 2 into their bed, into designated beds for them, and then the others split up the watches over the night. And I've done 3 watches per night because at a certain point we only had 3 players at the table. And I was like, yeah, you know, it's fair enough. Fair enough. So 3 watches a night. The ranger takes the first one. What the players don't know is there are the 4 now 4 imps floating around here. They had heard wing beats before, but they hadn't seen anything. And I was like, well, these imps aren't just gonna be gone. They're still around. They're kind of like, since they can go invisible, they're the scouts. They're returning back to the Bone Devil to give them information. And various things. So the ranger takes her watch, And I fuck with her, and I'm like, all throughout your watch, you hear tapping on all the various windows, just kind of like all around, until the window in the room that you're in, you hear tapping on it, and you go and look, and you don't see anything. And then the tapping's right in front of you on the glass, and she's like, well, what do I see? And I was like, nothing. You don't see anything. And she just stands there staring out the window at this invisible imp that's just kind of tapping on the glass, kind of fucking with her. What else did I do? I think that was about it. I just kind of fucked with her with that. Next up was the cleric. And I need to go back to what I did at the very beginning of the session. Because again, our Warlocks player wasn't there today. He had gotten hurt, so he wasn't able to make it. I needed some way of getting him out of there without, and I didn't want the players to have to take him over or anything like that. Play this brand new character. So I was like, okay, well, he's a warlock of a great old one. God knows what the hell's going on. I've already kind of thrown in that he has like memory lapses, and there's been a Moon Knight joke about that already. But yeah, so that's, I kind of rolled with it. I was like, okay, well, what's actually causing this? And I had thought about it over, a week or so, because I was like, well, if he's gonna flake every once in a while, I need an explanation. I need to do something about it. So I had his book suck him in. I had his warlock tome, his tome of secrets, literally just engulf him. And it's how he ends up getting around to various places without really knowing what's going on with these lapses in memory. But I did it when all the players weren't looking at him, which meant I improv'd an avalanche coming down farther back, but it was just enough to draw all the players' attentions away from the new character, so I could slowly describe the cleric who was riding with him, turning around thinking that this guy was there, but instead of his attention being drawn to the avalanche, his attention is then drawn to the book that he sees just kind of fall, hit the back of the horse, and then drop into the snow. This cleric is fun though, right? Because his backstory is he's essentially came from a huge library. He's not a cleric by it's weird. His backstory is he's not a cleric because he truly believes it. He's a cleric because he learned enough, he gained enough knowledge on the situation to go, you know what? This is what I want to do with my life. So I was like, okay. And I've talked about it before. His bond with Bahamut, which is the god he wanted to have his cleric worship, is a lot more closely related to, like, the way he described it. It sounds a lot more like a warlock pact, but I still let him be a cleric. I was like, you know what? I can work with this. Gabby, you're getting a vinyl banner that can work as a wet erase map for your birthday. Nice. I've heard of people actually doing that, like going to Office Max, Office Depot, whatever the fuck's actually around, and buying one of those big banners, and then using those with a grid pattern on it as a wet erase map. You have a druid that's kind of warlock flavored. Yeah. And you know what? It's fine, because I want my players to have fun, but I also want them to have, like, interesting backstories. And I was like, okay, this is interesting enough. He's a cleric that literally became a cleric because he wanted power. He wanted to be powerful. And what better way to become powerful than be a cleric of a fucking dragon god, right? Sounds pretty powerful to me. And that's tied into his personal story, and if you guys really want to know, we can go on that, go back to that today. But anyway, so he's essentially born and raised, lived in a library for most of his life. So he's been around books, and this one book caught his attention. It called out to him, and as soon as the book dropped into the snow, the monk was like, oh, well, I'm gonna go grab it. And I was like, actually, you're not, because you watch as Garen, the cleric, jumps off his horse kind of without thinking and just reaches out and picks up the book, and he goes, oh, I don't have a choice in this. I was like, you don't, actually, because there's just something about this book that's calling to you. He's a cleric that wants power. He became a cleric through books. I was like, this is gonna be fun. Screw you, monk. Warlocks are cool, but you wanted your entire ability kit to fit your patron, not just a couple spells. Yeah. That's what you get for having studied strike as an ability. Yeah. And the ability to knock somebody prone with a key point. Anyway, so cleric picks up the book, puts it in his pack, and they ride on, right? So fast forward, we'll fast forward back to where we left them in the dorm. The ranger finishes off her rest. These invisible imps tapping on the glass, but they don't know what it was. And Garen takes over the second watch. And he hears the tapping on the glass a little. They have a Porta Warlock, exactly. So the cleric hears the tapping occasionally, but it pretty soon ends. And he's stuck there listening to the wind howling through the mountains. Something around one of the buildings is whistling as the wind blows through it. And I tell him that as he's listening to it all, trying to keep, trying to listen hard for anything that could be happening, he swears he can hear whispering on the wind. And then the wind dies off. But the whispering still remains. And I tell him his attention slowly turns to his pack, where that book is. And he realizes that the whispering is coming from the book itself. And I don't remember what languages he knows. I just remember that he knows 4 languages. It's common, halfling, elvish, and then something else. Sylvan, maybe. Either way, he knows 4 languages. And I tell him that as he's listening to these whispers, he can hear that the whispers are in every single one of these languages all at once. And at first it's incredibly confusing, but only because he realizes that he can understand all 4 languages being spoken all at the same time, and there's no mix-up with the speech. His brain is actively comprehending this, like, yes, this is absolutely normal for something to be speaking in all these languages, and I'm able to tell exactly what they're saying. Like it's being translated, like it's spoken but also translated halfway before it gets to him. And then I described the whispers of untold secrets and ancient powers and all of this stuff, and I was like, you're kind of drawn to it. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna try to ignore it. I was like, all right. I threw it a wisdom save. I was like, I wanna see if you really, like, how much you fight this off. He's a cleric. He rolled high. I was like, yeah, okay, good enough. But I was like, you fight it off. But the whispers are still there, just a little bit quieter. And he was like, okay. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. If I'm gonna poke him into possibly picking up a level of Great Old One Warlock. If he really wants to dive into that. But a Warlock Cleric might be interesting. But yeah, so that's what I do with his watch. A lot of the time I'll have people's watches go normally and it's like, oh yeah, it was boring, you didn't do anything. But occasionally I like to throw shit in like that. And then the barbarian's watch comes up. His watch goes normally. Because he's got other things on his mind. I was like, I've already fucked with him enough because he's here to find his brother, and boy, his brother's not here. So he's just stuck throughout his watch thinking of that. Anyway, morning comes, they wake up, the other two don't. Because I know that right here in my notes, right up there, it says their mind is stuck in the astral plane for 24 hours, or until it's cured. However it's cured, I don't know. If the players come up with something, I absolutely will let them cure it. If they want to use lesser restoration to try to cure it, or greater restoration, I don't think they have greater restoration yet, or something, they want to try to use some of their magic to try to cure it, absolutely. I'm gonna let them. Because that's them burning their resources to do it. Why wouldn't I? But they didn't try it. These two are just unconscious and they're not trying anything. And this is where I had fun, but I also immediately recognized my players got stuck. They got absolutely stuck with this because they didn't know what to do. They had no clues whatsoever. They had wandered around the grounds a little bit, inspected the buildings a bit closer, and actually when they went outside in the morning, they found that man sitting outside on like the front steps or right in front of the entrance to the temple, just kind of sitting there and then watching them as they moved around. Not interacting with them unless they interacted with him. Just there, right? Because he knows stuff. He's not there to kill. He's there to tempt. If his tempting fails, that's when he kills. But that's how I feel like devils should be played, right? They wander around. You went AFK for a sec, but back now. Well, welcome back, True Blue. So they wander around. They're checking out parts of the building. This is where they start to see more of these constellations all over the place, relating back to the pillars and then the golems and all of this. Because I wanted the golems to be a defense created by the monk temple. Clearly it's a defense that didn't work because the attack came from within, but it was a defense that was activated, which is why they had to deal with the golems. The pillars before, where the chain devil was, carved out with constellations all over them, all relating back to the temple. And they find this. They find these constellations on the stained glass windows of the temple. They find them on the ceilings. Most of what they find actually on the ceiling is a repeated constellation of an 8-armed man. Fully outlined. And they're like, okay. But they're stuck there. And they spent the rest of the session trying to figure out what they were gonna do about these other two. They made absolutely no progress. They flipped through books. They checked all their spells. They were like, we need to find something, literally anything. I was like, okay. You do you. They asked questions. They ended up grabbing one of the corpses out of the storeroom and cast Speak with Dead. Got a few questions answered. If they want more questions answered, they're gonna have to do it again. They've got 5 other corpses. But yeah, they were completely stumped. They were completely stumped. They didn't know what to do. And that's where I called it. I was like, you know what? You guys need some time to think on this. You guys need some time to discuss it amongst yourselves. We'll end it here. We'll pick it up next week. So we'll be playing on Saturday. But I was like, you guys need to figure this out. Did they have fun? That's a good question. And I think they did. it's just this is a puzzle. This is a puzzle that I don't think they were thinking that they would have to solve. This is an issue that they didn't even consider was going to be an issue. Even though the cleric had that night to re-prepare spells, and I told him, I was like, over the night, you would have re-prepared your spells. You know the situation you're in. Go ahead and prepare your spells and pick all the spells that you think are going to be the most beneficial to you. So he did that. He did that. I let them prep for whatever they think they're gonna have to deal with, whatever they wanted to try. And yeah, I think they had fun. And I talked with my wife about it, because again, I go and I drive an hour one way to go play D&D, right? So I had an hour drive home to play. Sorry. So I had an hour to kind of discuss the session with my wife and ask her, okay, you know, what did you learn? What kind of things? What are your thoughts on this session? How are things going? You think it's hard for players to choose non-combat oriented spells sometimes? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. But sometimes it's necessary. But I asked her and I was like, okay, well, what did you learn? And as she immediately, she's like, oh, well, nothing. We didn't learn anything. It's just, I was like, okay, well, you guys found a lot of clues and stuff, right? And she was like, yeah, but I don't know how any of it's connected. I was like, okay. Well, tell me what you know. And she went through and she listed all the things. And as she's listing the things, actually saying them out loud, she's like, oh, but maybe this is connected to this, and then this is connected to this. And I was like, well, maybe. And, you know, I'm just trying to see where she's going with it, because I wanted to kickstart it a little bit. I wanted to kickstart it, the thought process a little bit and make sure that it was happening for at least somebody in the party. But yeah. I also joked. I made a joke suggestion when we got home Saturday night. I was like, you know one thing that would actually bring them out of it? I was like, you guys know what you could do? You can kill them. You can kill the two of them and then use Revivify and bring them back. I was like, I don't see why it wouldn't work. Matt, you would take a few if you were a prep caster, but you're almost always a bard. Yeah, and honestly, like, the prep casters really do have it easy when they know what they're gonna be going up against. So the druids, the clerics, they're able to jump in and go, if they have that day to prepare, they're able to sit there and go, this is the shit we're dealing with. I'm gonna need this spell, I'm gonna need this spell, I'm gonna need this spell. And that's what I wanted from them. But yeah, so they kind of got stumped. I don't regret it. I don't regret it. And I actually finished the session going over the very specific situations. So for the monk, I described her as being a whipping boy to a noble. I started first by being like, this is the type of person you are, right? I was like, you're the type that fights back. You don't get pushed around. You are always up for a fight. You're the first to swing a fist. And she's like, yes, absolutely. I was like, great. You don't do that. As much as you want to, you can't. This is the situation you're in. You are picked on, you are beat, you are pushed around by these people, by this kid. This fucking kid who spits on you. And I was like, as much as you try and flex your muscles, as much as you attempt to throw a fist, you just can't. And then I went through the rogue and I was like, hey, you're throwing tantrums, you're breaking stuff, you've got parents that absolutely love you. Going with the foil idea? Yeah, absolutely, Gio. I went with the foil idea. Because I love it. So yeah, I put the monk and the rogue through that, but I didn't let them wake up. I was just like, the other players didn't get you guys out of it, so you're just kind of, I left it like, I tried to cliffhanger it. I was like, this is your life now. As you watch other people around you grow up, and you stay the same. Yeah. That's how we ended Saturday's session. And I think everybody had fun, but they were so confused. They were constantly, like, I could see the gears turning in their heads, but not everything was lining up. So they're literally like, what the fuck do we do? What do we have? What can help us? Because they're like, well, we don't trust this guy. They said out loud, they're not going to help the guy get into the vault. They want answers. They're very, very likely going to attack. And it's going to be a fight out in the courtyard, which should be great fun. Absolutely amazing fun. But they want answers, right? They want to know what the fuck's going on, and nobody's telling them. But they also don't want to do this when they're 2/5 of the party down, right? So they have a week to try to figure something out. And I'm interested to see what they figure out. You know, what they decide to do. It's True Blue. Since your druid character has a clear spirit, deity, patron, your DM allows you to invoke the spirit through prayer when you really have no idea what to do. Yeah, sure. And honestly, like, the cleric has not prayed. The cleric hasn't done anything. The barbarian doesn't have communion with nature yet. Totem barbarian. The ranger doesn't have anything that might help, or at least that's what she says. But boy, she's also an Aasimar, and all she has to do is try to lean into something. And maybe I'll throw that at her. Maybe I'll throw something at her for that. To kind of help kickstart it a little bit. That would be good. But I also don't want it to be all about the ranger. I focus too much on her anyway. Matt, that's why your next character is a druid. You wanted to diversify while keeping your ability to support. Yeah, support, it's always good. You also use that when your party is clueless, True Blue, but you have an idea. It's a good excuse for why your character might know or figure out something the other party members don't, since your character has a 10 int. Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. That's perfect. You really love your current character, Blue. And her backstory? Nice. Cliffhangers, almost always good. Leave them wanting more, like the serials of old. Yeah. Meatball, what will I do if they decide they have nothing and they turn around and leave? That's a good question. And honestly, like I said, as far as this Bone Devil goes, rocks fall, everyone dies. No, as far as this Bone Devil goes, his motivation, what he really wants, is to get into this vault. He's also able to recognize that the player's characters are powerful. They're strong. They made it up here on their own. They clearly made it past the Chain Devil that was out there. This Bone Devil's not looking for a fight, right? He wants in the vault. He could have killed them the night before, but didn't, because again, he's got priorities. He's not just out there to murder everybody. He also knows that it's pretty much a dead end and they're gonna have a multi-day walk back to town. And they clearly came out there looking for something. He knows they came out there looking for information, looking for the barbarian's brother. So he's definitely gonna sit there and go, you know what? They need to be here. They're gonna be here. So they're gonna help me if they want my help. So I don't think I'd have the Bone Devil pursue them and go, wait, we were supposed to fight, guys, come back. No, if they packed up and they decided to, you know, throw the two unconscious ones on the back of the horses and walk back to town, I'm gonna let them. I'm absolutely gonna let them, because again, they're also on a time limit. They want to get to somewhere within a certain amount of time to try to attend the arena thing. So they've got multiple things pushing them, right? So if they decide to leave, they're gonna walk away. End of the night or end of the day is gonna hit, and that 24-hour mark is gonna, you know, be over, and the other two are gonna wake up, and they're gonna go, and then the whole party will be together. But they'll also be a full day's travel away from the temple, and then they're gonna have to make another decision. Are they gonna go back? What does he have to offer? Information. They want to know where the barbarian's brother is. The Bone Devil is telling them that he has information, and he'd be happy to share it as long as they'd help. This Bone Devil doesn't know where the fuck his brother is, but he's also a devil. He's gonna twist words, and he's gonna try to manipulate to get what he wants without having to provide anything. So yeah, that's where we're at, Meatball. The players went there because the barbarian's looking for his brother. He knows that something bad happened, so he was like, we need to go check on my brother. They went up to the monk temple, found the monk temple infested by devils, and now the barbarian wants to know where his brother is. They think that this guy, this thing, knows where his brother is. So that's what's driving them to interact with the guy. But yeah, they very well could just walk away, go, you know what, we're in too deep, this isn't helpful, obviously he's not here, you know, obviously the barbarian's brother's not here, or at least that's what they think. But they also have made they've also speculated that maybe there's survivors behind that vault door that they just don't know about. And I'm not giving them answers. I'm not going, no, there wouldn't be anybody in there. I want them to make these speculations. I want them to create their own motivation. And they definitely are. So there's reason enough for them to want to be there and ask for his help. There's reason enough for them to be there and help him. But they've also got enough, you know, reason enough to just turn around and walk away. So whatever they decide to do is what they decide to do. If they decide to walk away from this temple, they absolutely can. Leave it on Lark-Headed Game. Yeah, have a good one, Gio. I hope you enjoyed the game. Mom watching a video from her computer speakers on max volume. So, yeah. They are free to do whatever they want. But I really don't see them... I don't know. They could just leave. They could just leave. Although, what I might do, if they hang around the temple for a little while, I'll definitely have this Bone Devil, you know, offer some help. Is this devil character interacting with them at all? What tempting is he doing? It's not a devil on the shoulder situation. He's not actively hanging around them, constantly going, guys, I can help. Guys, I can help. Hey, pay attention to me. No. Bone devils are... Whoops, I dropped the thing I'm playing with. They don't need to. He knows that they want something from him. So he doesn't have to. his presence enough, him being there, just watching them, which is why I put him out in the courtyard for during the day. That's enough tempting for them. I know it is. Because if you were playing and you're moving around this essentially a compound, but you constantly, he doesn't need to be annoying, but he needs to present himself as a valid option instead of just an enemy. He hasn't presented himself as an enemy. He's literally told them, because that when they met him down underneath the mountain in that hallway that leads to the vault, he told them he could give them information. He could, he could give them information that might help them with their goals, but they need to help him with his. That tempting is out there. They have that information. And again, you're right. He doesn't need to be annoying. Like I said, he's definitely not going to be one of those that just sits there and pokes and prods. It's a situation where a solution has presented itself. It's just whether they take it or not. As they try to problem solve, that option's going to be there. If it comes to light that they're having issues, which obviously, because this Bone Devil has some imps floating around reporting things to him, he's gonna know what the situation is. He might just go at some point, if it takes them a little bit longer, but they decide to stay at the temple. After a few hours, he might go offer some extra help. But again, he wants their help with things. Did I give them that information all recently? Why did the barbarian immediately attack if that's the case? There was no attack. If you're talking about the throat grab, that was the barbarian's very first interaction with this Bone Devil. Was going for the throat grab, which didn't work. But again, the barbarian was the only one to be aggressive in that interaction. Not quite enough reason, especially seeing how beat up and broken the party was. Not enough reason to attack them and just straight up kill them. Especially when the barbarian's just asking for information, but clearly trying to intimidate. But there was no attack. There were no weapons drawn. Nothing like that. And yes, they know. As soon as they found this guy, their interaction was, "Do you have information?" And he said, "I could help you if you help me." The hard part about playing a devil, I will say, if you ever want to play a devil the way I am, that devil that's definitely constantly trying to make a deal, constantly trying to twist words, is being careful with what you say. You have to be careful with what you say. If you really, really want to, yeah, sure, just straight up lie to the players. But if you, I find enjoyment in twisting my words in a way that's like, well, like I said, I could help you, but I'm not gonna. I might have information. Turns out I don't. That kind of situation, because that's what I'm gonna do to them if they help him. They're gonna open, if they really agree to it, they're gonna open that vault for him. Which the only reason why he couldn't is because he doesn't have the key. They have the key. They have to put in the combination and then use the key. He doesn't have the key. But where the fuck was I? He needs them to get that open. If they help him and it's opened, he's going in and he's grabbing the things that he needs. And then they're gonna ask their questions and go, well, what's the information? And then he's gonna basically like string them along until they're pissed enough to attack. And then we have a fight. Or they just walk away defeated, tired and irritated, but they're also at full power since they just had a long rest, so I expect a fight regardless. It's just about how we're getting to that fight at this point. Unless again they decide to have nothing to do with the vault. So, yeah. Anyway, that was a long time of me just talking. I have some things that I do want to kind of go over. Some things I want to work on. And it's I think I put it in the title. No, maybe I didn't. I think where I put it was my tweet for that notification. I want to work on detailing. I want to work on detailing stuff, and I want to talk about trying to find the right balance between too little and too much, right? If they were smart, they'd tell us first, and then we'll open the vault. If the devil is really desperate, he'll agree to that. Yeah. That's also a possibility, but again, like, there's never too much. Oh, meatball. I'm so glad you said that. That is also a possibility, Blue. But that's if the devil is really desperate. And the devil hasn't reached that level of desperation yet, unfortunately. Also, we're talking about a devil that actively lies and twists words. This devil's not going to trust them to do anything unless they do it first, before he puts out. So, it's 11:32 and you have to say goodbye. Have a good night, Trash Tendo. Thank you for coming by. It becomes too much when you can no longer separate reality from fiction. How so, Meatball? How so? And as for the trying to find the balance of too much detail and too little detail, I don't know how many of us have actually read the Lord of the Ring books. We've all seen the movies, right? We've all seen the movies. And I rather enjoy the movies. I like the movies. In fact, my wife and I marathon the extended versions of the 3 movies at least once a year. Right? Just one full day, morning to night, we sit down and we watch Lord of the Rings. But I don't know how many of you have actually read the books. And the last time I read the books was back in middle school. So it was been a while. Actually, no, that's not true. No, last time I finished a book was middle school. But I did start rereading The Hobbit like last year. Only got a little bit in because I was mostly just reading to my kids at night. But the world you create is too detailed when it's the only world you live in anymore. And if you want specific world building, you'll love the image you put in the D&D general chat. Yeah, and we can talk about that as well. But at a certain point, when you're sitting down at a table and you're describing things for your players, there absolutely is too much. There absolutely is too much detail. Absolutely is too much detail. You need to find a balance. And again, it can vary depending on the party, depending on the players at the table. It can vary. But there absolutely is a too much and a too little. The too little point, and I'll go back to the Tolkien thing shortly. The too little point is where you tell your players, you guys walk into a tavern and you stop, right? You just stop. They don't know how big this tavern is. They don't know how many people are in the tavern. They don't know if the tavern's made of brick or wood or plaster, clay, whatever have you. They don't know. Obviously, that's too little. The absolute bare minimum is just telling them you are in a space. Too much detail is when you are sitting at the table and you are talking for 25 minutes on one part of the area that your players are in. Right? And I've tried to find a good balance with this. And it can be kind of difficult, right? And this doesn't just go for the areas around them, but it also goes for the people, the NPCs, the characters that they're interacting with, that kind of thing. So, and I'm less worried about what my actual campaign planning stuff is, and more worried about maybe setting up rules, right? Setting up rules and guidelines for descriptions. So maybe I will go in here and I'm gonna go. I don't already have a section for this, do I? No, I don't. I'm just gonna call this one descriptions. And we'll zoom all the way in so folks can hopefully read it. We have two different things that we need to be describing, right? Characters, and then locations. We've got all kinds of different characters, different possibilities of people, animals that we could be interacting with, or that the players would be interacting with. Some of the large ones, I will just say, we'll put animals, and then we'll put people. And those are gonna have, like, subsections. Locations are gonna be pretty much divided up between inside and outside, right? So, too much detail. Tolkien has been, and very, very specifically in the Lord of the Rings books, has been probably most known. Like, the one thing he's most known for is just the amazing worlds that he creates. The amazing stories that he created. Sorry, everything should be in the past tense. The second thing I think everybody knows Tolkien as is being first being an amazing creator. Second one, being somebody who's way too goddamn specific and detailed, right? We've heard the gripes of Tolkien's descriptions of old trees that go on for paragraphs. And that can be fine in a novel. But playing D&D at a table is not reading a novel. You want to keep everything moving, right? So if you hit a point where the game is being slowed down by your descriptions because you're putting too much unnecessary detail in it, it turns the game into a slog. It's no longer a game. You're simply just reading a novel to a group of people at a table, right? But again, too little, and these people that are there to play a game and, you know, possibly solve mysteries or hunt things or, you know, whatever it is, they also need enough detail to know how to act, right? So, Meatball, you argue that the world you create is too detailed when it's the only world you live in anymore. I don't think that's... I see what you're getting at, but that's not quite true. When you mentioned when you can no longer separate reality from fiction, that's when it's too much. That's when you're too invested. That's when your investment becomes too much. An investment does not equal detail. So when I'm talking detail, I'm talking descriptions. I'm talking how we show our players what it is that they're actually interacting with. And there's a lot of different things with characters, with various characters. Well, specifically with animals, we have size. And we're not gonna go over super specifics, like tail length. We're not gonna get down to the exact height or anything like that. But generally, size is good. If I say that my grandmother has a dog, generally, a lot of people are initially going to ask, oh, well, what kind of dog? Because knowing the breed of the dog helps them figure out a lot of different things as far as descriptors go. Whether it's physical description or even, you know, typical behavior stuff. So when we talk about animals, we're gonna go with size. We could go with breed. That helps. Again, I say my grandma's dog. You don't know if I'm talking a little tiny Chihuahua. You don't know if I'm talking like a massive Great Dane or anything like that. You just know it's a dog, okay? It has 4 legs, ideally. It's got ears, a tail, maybe. It's got a body, like a torso, a body, and a head. That's really about it. So we can put in type. I think it's a little unnecessary, but type being dog, cat, horse, pig, that kind of thing. Size is very helpful. Generally, I would just stick with the tiny, small, medium, large, huge ratings that are already kind of predefined in D&D. It also, if you're good with visualizing spaces, it helps in real life as well. Because again, if I said my grandma had a dog that was tiny size, you know, yeah, okay, this dog's probably like this big, right? But if I say that my grandma has a dog that is medium sized, you're gonna go, okay, well shit, this is like a person-sized dog, right? Generally, specifically for D&D, that's what I would go with, right? Breed helps, mostly just with descriptions, and again, if people don't know don't know the specific breeds, especially when it comes to like animals like horses. I don't know horses. You could tell me that your horse is an Appaloosa, which I believe is an actual, like, is that the pattern of the horse? See, I can't remember. But I'm really generally not gonna know what that means. Sometimes we do. Oh boy, am I in luck, because you know horses. Right. And that's good, Blue. But again, like, my point being, not everybody does, right? Not everybody does. So being able to have better descriptions helps. But then we got to figure out, okay, well, where does the description need to stop? Generally, a lot of people, specifically with horses, they're going to know what, you know, the difference between a Clydesdale and a Mustang, right? Generally, people are going to know the difference, but some folks don't. That's where type size comes into play a bit. If I mean from a strictly narrative sense, communicating information to players, you give out enough information to get the job done. Exactly, Meatball, exactly. You give as little descriptive information as you can in order for players to interact with the area and the characters. Yes. But how little is little enough is the real problem, right? You just got here because you went AFK again. That's okay. I appreciate you lurking. A lot of people don't know the difference between a Mustang and a Stallion. So, and I don't know what the difference between a Mustang and a Stallion is. I'm one of those people because I'm not a horse person. There is no rule. It changes table to table. Exactly. And I mentioned that before, Meatball. It depends on the party, because some parties, some players are there because they want to hear the story. They want as much detail as possible. Some players could give two shits and would be happy with it's a lady standing in front of you, and they'd be happy with that. So trying to find the balance is good. I want to come up with not rules, but kind of guidelines, different ideas to help come up with various descriptors for things and places, people, places, and things. That one I can use to help with my own descriptions, but maybe others can as well. Stallion is a male, unneutered horse. Mustang is a breed of American wild horses. Okay. Good to know. You threw me off because you capitalized Stallion in the first time. Yeah, okay. Oh. So, animals, type, size, breed. We'll go coloring. That kind of thing. People. Roxy's talking shit about me in somebody else's chat. People. You know what? Would it be offensive if I just copy pasted? Would it be offensive if I said we should describe people by their type, size, breed, coloring? Is that offensive? That might be offensive. If you told me that I was trapped in a room with a slime that has taken the appearance and personality of Mr. Blobby, that will be plenty of information for some people, and you can stop. Yeah, and again, it depends on the table. It depends on the table, because I'm the type of person that's gonna go, okay, well, I need more information than that. What type of room is this? How big is the room? What's in the room? What, is this? Is it just us in the room and literally nothing else, completely bare floor, ceiling, and walls? Are there any doors? Like, these are the kinds of things, right? These are the kinds of things that I wanna discuss. The descriptors that are gonna help answer questions that you absolutely know are going to be asked, right? Because you might as well just give that information out. You want to give the information of the things that the people can see at a quick glance, right? So regardless of what room you're in, let's say you're in your bedroom, generally you're gonna look around and you're gonna go, okay, well, I have a door, I have a window, I've got a closet there, so actually technically I have two doors in here. If both doors are closed, you don't know which door leads where if you're brand new to the room and you never walked in. You just found yourself here. You may have a bed, you may have a desk, you may have a dresser, whether it's in the closet or not, who knows? Let's say it's not in the closet, and that could be good enough for some people. At what point do we go, okay, well, this dresser that's in the room is a 4-door dresser and it stands 4.5 feet tall. The bed is a queen size bed and it's neatly made with 3 pillows on at the head of the bed, on top of the comforter that's tucked in underneath the mattress. The bed frame is a wooden bed frame made from roughly cut logs, that kind of thing. Never waste of time. You think so? You think so? See, by that Meatball, I can tell that you are definitely you would definitely be the type of player that would sit down at a table and go, okay, what am I facing? And I could say, well, there's a man and a woman right in front of you, and you'd go, great, that's enough information for me. I don't need to know anything more than that. Those details are for you. Sure. And, you know, I'd kind of agree that going into that much detail, probably a waste of time for some players. But again, it didn't take me a whole, very long to actually describe it. It depends. Yeah, exactly. True Blue, you're absolutely right. It depends on how much your players enjoy Theater of the Mind. But again, where's the because the balance depends on table to table. And you know what? I'll type this out too. Because the balance depends on table to table. And varies from group to group. There. So, this is absolutely true. I'm not gonna argue with this because I've already said it. I've already said it before you guys said it. There's no point in arguing that. But what I am trying to get at is what are the absolute minimum details that you would need to give in order for a game to be playable, right? And after we pin down the absolute minimum, I want to go for the absolute maximum detail that you would need to give before it stops being a game and then just becomes you reading a novel, right? I'm not looking for the perfect, these are the details that you should always give for absolutely everything. I want a range. I want a range of details that you can pick from and go, okay, well, I'm going to cover these 3 or 4 details. Tolkien. But what about Tolkien? And I've bitched about Tolkien and how detailed he gets, or how detailed he got. Paolini, oh, I know the name. I have to Google it. Yeah, what the hell did he write? Oh, yes, absolutely. I didn't read his books, but yeah, he wrote Aragon, yeah. It becomes a novel when you sound like one of them. Exactly. And we don't want to get to that point. So, what would you guys consider being the absolute minimum detail that you would give for each of these different things? And this, again, it changes, it depends. For animals, we can kind of keep that, but we could go, let's say, minor characters, if I know how to spell. And then major characters, right? Because are you gonna describe the no-name shopkeep with the same amount of detail as you're gonna describe the group's main patron? If you don't, what's the difference gonna be? For locations, are you gonna describe mundane locations? Actually, I'll just put mundane. That's fine. Mundane locations the same as important locations. And this goes the same. We have different things. Hey, Wraithwall! This is a very unique, interesting, unique type of stream. You taking notes? Thank you. I appreciate that. There's something to be said about watching a creator's flow. You're digging it. Love to have you here, Wraithwall. I appreciate it. So let's see. Meatball says those minutes add up. If prompted, the extra details will be provided, but are entirely unnecessary to the group as a whole, completing an objective. Even if a PC is investigating an item, there are details that are pertinent to playing a game. True. But you also have to know what each player considers to be pertinent details. If you're looking for a key to fit a lock, really the only important details are going to be, does this key have a label that says it goes to the lock? Do the teeth on this key look like they would fit how the tumblers in the lock actually felt? Those are really the only pertinent details. Otherwise, a key is just a key, right? Who gives a shit what it looks like? But sometimes a player's gonna want to know, okay, well, what's this key actually made of? Is it a brass key? Is it a steel key? Is it a gold key? Is this key made of crystal? Is it made of ice? Is it a wooden key? These kinds of things. If I said a key, and I'll grab this. I've shown this off before. This is the puzzle that my players are gonna have to interact with in that temple, right? It's a ring puzzle. Each of these rings spins separately from each other, right? And they're gonna have to align the image. But then the center point is gonna be a keyhole. But it's not a typical keyhole. How would you describe a key if the key doesn't look like a key? How would you describe a key that's just a flat disc with 4 pegs on it? That doesn't look like a key. Most people are going to imagine a key is a handle with teeth that fits into a typical keyhole. But how do you describe something like that? And generally, more often than not, you can't just say it's a key. What if there are no keys in your world? No typical keys, anyway. What if there are keys that don't look like typical keys? Keyholes that don't look like typical keyholes? Why can't you? Because if it's not typical, how would you know what it is? If I held something up, I don't have anything that's super strange on my desk, right? Oh, actually, I do. If I held this up, and I described this as something red with a divot on the inside, it's got a tail end with 2 holes, right? I want to know what you think this is before I tell you what it is. And this is the point I'm making, because sometimes you may not be familiar, the characters may not be familiar with what they're encountering. Your players, your characters, the characters that you play, or if you are a DM, the characters that your players are playing, they don't know everything. They do not have experience with everything in the world. And again, this is what this is. My PCs are going through a puzzle. They understand that they... No, I'm not talking about specifically the puzzle. I'm just talking about it in general, but sure. My PCs are going through a puzzle. They understand that they need to get into a safe. You don't think one of them could make a logical leap that a strange item they found could fit into a similar looking hole they've seen? Absolutely, they can. And they're going to get to that point. But when they found the key, it's not a key to them. Context is important, absolutely. But when they found the key, it was not a key to them. They had nothing. They made no connection. They found the key separate from the puzzle. If you find a key next to a puzzle, well, one, why is the key even there? It shouldn't be there. If you have players who are good at asking questions, then give the very bare minimum and let them ask for clarification. Do you do that? Do you force them to ask the same questions over and over, or do you predict and just answer the questions before they're even asked? Again, and it depends on the puzzle. It depends on the situation that you're putting your players in, but there is absolutely a certain point where the absolute bare minimum that you could give is not enough. But giving them absolutely every single little detail is way too much, right? If I said that there was a wall in front of you, I'd say that's not enough information. If they ask the same questions over and over, predict. And I agree with that. That's why this first statement is so goddamn important, because it varies from group to group. If you have players that do not ask questions, then that they just don't care about the details, then don't worry about giving them the details. Assuming that they found a lock first, you feel the need to keep from them that they found it as a key. Meatball, they found the key first. You make a lot of assumptions here, but they found the key first. And it's the key that does not look like a key. It is not a typical key. So they found the key, that decided, okay, I'm going to keep this because it's strange. As they investigate the vault door more, and they find the actual keyhole, then they're going to go, or at least I will put that in their head, that, hey, that thing we found looks like it could fit right here. Because that's how it should go, right? If you find the key first, that's how it should go. Unless the key looks like a key. If they find the lock first, when they find the key, they should be able to recognize that that's the key. Or that might be the key. Because you never know if it's the key until you try the key and see if it actually works. If you give them what you think is enough information for them to successfully go through the interaction and they want further clarification, it's their responsibility to ask. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Also, why are we making like a system for this? Because it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. It's not a system. It's not a system. It's not a, these are things that you absolutely have to have. I wanna type out guidelines. These are not rules, they are guidelines. These are simply ideas. Absolutely anything that I type up is never a 100% rule. Well, generally, it's never a 100% rule that everybody has to abide by. Simply just guidelines. But why do we need guidelines? You guys don't. If you don't think you need guidelines, then you don't. I think I need guidelines. This is for me. This is for me. These streams are my D&D planning times. If you guys don't feel like you need this, yeah. If you guys feel like you don't need this, then you don't need this. This is for me. but I want your guys' input on it. Also, whoops, before I drop it, does anybody have any idea what this actually is? This little, like, spoon thing with 2 holes. It's strange enough to where if you look at it, you don't really have any idea what it is. I can't show you what the graphic is on the other side because it tells you, like, it's a huge clue as to what it is. But just by the basic description, what do you think this is? You can't see it super well, but it looks like it's for chopsticks. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because here, I'll try to get a little bit closer. This is what it looks like, right? It's fairly flat, has a tail end, 2 holes in it, little divot here, right? And then, like the backside is just kind of colored and has a design on it. And again, I can't show you the design because if you actually know, then you'll be like, oh, of course, that's what it is. But you think it's for chopsticks. Maybe not then. Yeah. It's a weird object for me to have at my desk. But it's because it is looks like a chopsticks dish a little. Okay, I like that, and that's fair. And this is where like descriptions is good. You'd be careful with this. It's been your experience that 9 times out of 10 your players will not interpret the things you say or the clues you lay out in the way that you intend, or the way you interpreted them in your head. I think you make a good point, Meatball. You make a good point. And I think that's where it comes down to making sure that when you're giving descriptions, you're making sure, one, you're not convoluting anything, and you're speaking clearly enough. A lot of the times, that kind of thing, from what I've seen, confusion ends up happening when you're kind of bouncing around in a space, right? So let's say for a person, if you're describing a person, you describe them as having large feet, scraggly brown hair, their torso's a little bit shorter, right? Their torso is shorter. And with those kinds of things, people automatically start trying to interpret this as an image of a person in their head. And regardless of what you're saying, and yes, Blue's right. If you hear them misinterpreting, you should correct them. And it's a struggle. Unless you're using pictures or visuals, it's always going to be a struggle. But generally, more detail helps with that. Generally. There will be times where too much detail starts to confuse people. But that's why I typically try to start with more obvious descriptors and then honing in on smaller and smaller details. So you give them you start with a larger picture, you tell them this is what this thing generally is, and then you go down smaller. But if you're talking about rooms, what I like to do is I'll usually start with how large the space is. And then from there, I'll start talking about what's in a room, but I move from one side and then around to the other side to help try to keep it consistent and help build one little piece at a time. Rather than saying you're in a room with 4 walls, they're equal length walls, 15 feet each, and then there's a door there, and a door there. But then those 2 doors are closer to each other, and this one's closer to this corner. But then there's a dresser placed equally between these 2 doors here. And that's the point where you gotta go, okay, but it's between the wall. And everybody that's trying to keep up, they start getting these ideas about where things are placed. And if they start missing a detail, if they miss the detail that there's a dresser, but you've been talking about doors, they think, okay, well, maybe there's a door over here. Or if they paid attention to the dresser, but they didn't hear that it's against the wall, they might think that the dresser's in the middle of the room between the doors. Various things. Going slower with descriptions helps, but if you're gonna go slower, you gotta also make sure that you're not including too much detail. That's why my general rule for myself is start big and then zoom in, right? And if you really want to know what this is, I don't know how well this is gonna show with the light shining on it, but two people dancing on there, and the text underneath reads España. If you wanna try to guess after that. But again, it's almost like a spoon, right? It's almost like a spoon. And you might think of it as a spoon, and sure, it could be used as a spoon. Yeah, True Blue has it. See, I told you. If I showed you what the graphic was and then I told you where it's from, you're gonna know. You're gonna go, oh, of course, that's what it is. But if that graphic wasn't there, if I didn't know, if nobody knew where this was from, chopsticks dish could work. There used to be a rule when writing whodunits in TTRPGs that said if you want to point to a piece of evidence, have at least 3 clues to prove that evidence. Okay. Is it half of a castanet? It is. It is. It's missing the string. The other half is I don't know where. My in-laws went to Spain one year on vacation, and they brought back a set of castanets for each of my kids. And then my kids, being kids, promptly lost them. And I think this is the remainder of what was brought back. But yeah, that's my point. That's my point, right? Is I can show you an object. I can tell you the basic description. But unless you're absolutely familiar with it, you're generally not going to know what it is. And who the fuck was it? Was it a Matt Colville video that I watched? It may have been a Matt Colville video that I watched. Somebody said, include in your games tools that are not tools. And this is kind of that thing. It's providing things, providing objects in your game that your players are unfamiliar with. Your players' characters are unfamiliar with. Because it helps with world building. Sounds like Matt Colville? Yeah, it's probably Matt Colville. But provide things that your players are unfamiliar with, because the players' characters are not going to be familiar with everything. They're not going to know absolutely everything. You found that useful for things like puzzles, doubling up on clues in case people miss things or don't connect things. Yeah, absolutely, Meatball. And that's perfect. That's perfect. And that works. With puzzles, again, like I said, for specifically mine, my players found the key, right? And they kept the key. They don't know that the key is a key until they find the keyhole and go, oh wait, this thing might fit in this. And then they realize it's a key for a keyhole. A key that doesn't look like a key, and a keyhole that doesn't look like a keyhole. Right? Because they're not familiar with it. But if you did it the other way around and you put the keyhole in front of your players, then when they find the key, they can go, it's kind of the reverse, right? It's kind of the reverse. You find a key, you don't know what it is until you find the keyhole that the key fits into. You find a keyhole, you go, huh, that's kind of weird. And then you find the key and you go, oh, this key is going to fit in the keyhole. It's not just key and keyhole, it's puzzle piece with missing, puzzle with missing piece. That kind of situation. it's tab A and slot A. It's always tab A and slot A. Tab A goes into slot A. It's never tab A into slot B. I don't know why people say that. Personal gripe of mine. Because I've put stuff together. So, yes, descriptions are important. Include things that your players aren't familiar with, so you have to give descriptions on things, because your players aren't going to be familiar with everything. Their characters are not going to be familiar with everything. I think you're right. I think it is Matt Colville. He did a video, or he talked about something really quick about including tools that aren't tools. And he described it as include instruments that your players have no idea what the fuck they are. An instrument as in a tool or something, a thing that's used for something else, but the players don't know what it is just by looking at the object. It could be some weird ass looking saw thing that maybe the players think that it's used for cutting down small trees, but hey, it turns out it's actually used as a piece of a larger instrument that uses large metal wires. Because this saw, even though it looks like a saw, the teeth on the saw are actually kind of smaller. So it's constantly, as you run it like a bow across a violin, those tiny teeth actually constantly trip over the strings and make a more interesting sound, that kind of thing, rather than just relying on constant friction like a violin does. Those kinds of things. Include hammers that don't look like hammers. Include saws that don't look like saws. Include bowls that don't look like bowls. Or eating utensils that don't look like eating utensils. Somebody that's not familiar with chopsticks, if they were given chopsticks, if they had never heard of chopsticks, and they go to a Chinese place, and they're just given chopsticks, and they're kept in the dark, they're gonna go, why do I have these sticks, right? And they'll probably improvise. They're not gonna use them correctly. They're probably gonna stab their food with it. If they've always been used to using forks, they're gonna stab their food with it and try to eat it that way. And then they get to the rice and they go, well, how the fuck do I do this, right? Those kinds of things. Include those kinds of things. And that's where descriptions kind of help, right? Were I to describe chopsticks, be two sticks of equal length, generally smoothed out, and that might be enough detail. Do I include the fact that one end of the chopsticks is slightly thicker than the other end? If there are chopsticks that have been used for a while, do I include that parts of the chopsticks are worn down, maybe dirtied, soaked with the... Players wouldn't know this right offhand, but you got to think of different things that are causing these various descriptors, right? People's hands are dirty. We constantly excrete oil. If they're wooden chopsticks, then unfinished wooden chopsticks, oils are going to seep into the wood and they're going to dirty where the hands constantly hold them. If they are finished chopsticks, you've never encountered worn down chopsticks, you've never encountered 200-year-old chopsticks. Chopsticks that have been passed down through a family. Chopsticks made from grandma's thigh bones. Chopsticks meant to be reused are usually finished. True. So if they're finished chopsticks, but they're constantly used and reused, eventually that finish is gonna wear down at the tips that constantly, are picking up food. It's gonna wear down where your fingers are always holding them. The finish is gonna become uneven, right? These kinds of things. And even with those details, they could be details that might hint towards possible uses, but the players still may, or you still may not know what it is, and that's fine. It's one of those things where, again, you have to decide, How much detail do I give them? How important is this going to be to the players? How important is this going to be to the story, to the world that I'm building around them? In order to know how much detail your players expect to know, you will occasionally let them describe a place in a low-stakes environment. Okay. Ask them about the room they are staying at the inn, or the blacksmith shop. Okay. Interesting. So you let them build those sections of the world? But that's the kind of thing that would be too much detail for you. Sure. And like I said, if it's just something that was kind of discarded, tossed away, it's in a pile of garbage, it's not gonna matter that much. And you'd probably even overlook it, right? But if you're playing a game where they're kind of dropped into some major thing happened, they're trying to figure out, they're lost, they're trying to figure out where the hell they are, and you want to try to provide clues to where they are, generally you will start to describe things like that. But there'd be a little bit more detail. And in the event, like specifically with chopsticks, you're probably just going to say chopsticks, right? It's not super important. But with some things, there are absolutely some things. Because when a detail is described for you, you assume that it's prominent enough for you to notice at first glance. Yes, exactly. So if you describe sticks that are dirty and worn in some places, you're thinking of some really heckin' gnarled sticks. Or it's something that the players are actually taking interest in. Again, if they pass them on the street and they show no interest, I'm not gonna go, but wait, you guys, these sticks are, like try to force their attention into it. God, no. But if they look at it, then yes. If it's something that's going to be super important, make something notable of it, right? But again, there's the limit of too much detail, right? There's the limit of too much detail of describing an important object in extreme detail compared to everything else, right? It's like it feels fake, right? It feels fake. It's kind of like if you guys have watched like the old Scooby-Doo cartoons, they were always so funny to watch because you could always tell what was already like a pre-made background, but then if there was anything that the Scooby Gang had to interact with, it was always a little more vibrant compared to the background. Like it was obvious, like, no, that's the door that Shaggy and Scooby are gonna walk through because it's colored different from the rest of the background, right? You don't want to do super, super obvious stuff like that. But occasionally when there's something important, you do want to draw slightly more attention to it, right? And that's why I've broken it up into minor characters, major characters, mundane and important locations. And you know what? Fuck. I forgot objects. If I knew how to spell objects. Right? Absolutely, your players always have some say in how their game world is built. It's their world too. You're not just leading them around by the nose. Fair. And actually, I haven't come across anybody that does that, Meatball. But I like the idea. However, my monk player is an ass clown. And if I told her to describe the room that she was staying in for at a 2 copper inn, just as an example, she would absolutely run away with it and be like, oh yeah, well it's a penthouse room and I've got 14 bathrooms and 3 queen-size beds. You hope the monk isn't my wife? No, the monk's not my wife. The monk is my best friend's wife. who is absolutely awesome. She made a barbecue mango habanero salsa this weekend and gave me a mason jar of it, and oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. No, my wife can be an ass clown too. But yeah, that's also a product of how animation worked then. You think, yeah, it is. But that's a good example of, like, you know, making something important stick out within a scene, right? This is why you always thought it was weird when I said that no one actually does a sandbox. You don't have complete control of the world. Sandbox is the only way you can play. Interesting. Okay, now I can see. Now I can see that if your players are actively creating a lot of the world as well, but that's not every group. I know. I've got 6 players at my table. One of them would do this. One of them would be able to do this because they've already done this. The other 5 can give me general ideas, but they don't have the ability to go super specific unless it's like really asked. And even then, they can't improv that kind of stuff very quickly. That kind of stuff. Their focus is always on the character roleplay, not so much world creation. And that's fine. The fact that you have a party that can do that as well, honestly, that sounds great, because then it takes a lot of work off of your hands. You're hoping to start a campaign soon and only one player could probably describe something well. Yeah. It's 100% not every party is your party, Meatball. And you know this. And I'm not trying to lecture you or anything. You know this. I'm just putting it out there. Not everybody's party is the same. Everybody's got their limitations. Everybody's got their own skill sets, that kind of thing. Yeah. Then there's your fiance, who can't describe anything ever and continually claims he's not creative. And then his best friend, who we recently learned is incapable of visual thinking. Oh, yeah. Folks like that are, like, learning that some people can't actually picture things in their mind, can't picture spaces, objects, people, that kind of thing, completely, like, when I learned that, I was like, oh my god, that's so weird, right? Because it's not how my brain works. But for those kinds of people, that's where having visual things works. And actually, I might do this. I might do this now that I've got a lot more free time. I had actually at one point considered, because I live in the US, I live in Oregon, and Oregon's landscape is so varied. It's great. Oregon's landscape is so varied that I've considered driving around the state to go and just take pictures of the landscape, so I have ways of describing, like, locations out in nature or stuff like that. And even I've used a picture of that I found online, went through and edited it. I put it through a filter and I erased a bunch of stuff and shit like that. And then I believe I used that in one shot that I ran or something, as just a visual representation of where my players were, what they were experiencing, what they were seeing. That kind of thing. So if you do have players that have issues with that, or they have trouble visualizing things, use screenshots from games like Red Dead Redemption 2 are also great. Yes, exactly. Use the tools that are at your fingertips. And if you have games that you absolutely love the environments, but you don't want to be like, oh, well, it's Whiterun, Don't use Whiterun pictures, but go out into the middle of, you know, the Whiterun hold and find a fucking pond, find a stream, find a hill, anything that helps you help your players visualize what their characters are seeing. So you've been playing with him for like 3 years with Major Theater, the Mind campaigns, and you said no clue what anything looked like the whole time. Yeah. Art Station is a treasure trove of visual references. Exactly. And that can help with the detail thing too. If you want to try to avoid giving too much detail, especially for like out in the world kind of things, use those pictures. And then it's just like, oh yeah, this is what you guys are seeing. This is where you are. And then can go, oh yes, of course. You wish you could just go out and take pictures to use for the environment stuff. If you have like city parks and stuff like that around you, those can be good as well, especially if the parks have wooded areas or maybe a pond or something like that. Go out, take pictures, and again, use whatever video or whatever image editor you can find, whether it's free or paid. Go out there and use it to edit those pictures and change them to make them look like your options for environments are tropical and tropical. Yeah. And in that case, I can see that being difficult. And that's kind of why I've been tempted to actually go out, take pictures of the landscape and everywhere where I am, and then put them up online for other people to use. Obviously, driving around a state or two is a lot of money, so I want some financial feedback. But I'd love to be able to do that, especially to help people who need that kind of thing, where it would be useful for them. It takes like 40 minutes of drive time to get something that doesn't have a building in the background. Yeah. Like a lot of people aren't in a situation that I'm in. In fact, oh no, I think the pictures are all on my phone. At some point, I'll have to upload some pictures of like waterfalls that I've taken, beach views, mountain pics, lake pics, those kinds of things, because they are, I think that they're good pictures to use for situations like that. You have lots of beach pictures. Okay, so lots of talking. We always do lots of talking. I love all the talking, but I need more typing. So, I want your guys' opinions. I'm gonna get rid of this because, like I said, it's just reading it looks a little offensive. Minor characters, minor NPCs. How would you guys... What would be the absolute minimum that you guys would put down? What would the absolute minimum detail you guys would give? What would be the absolute minimum detail you guys would give for a minor NPC? And I'm talking physical. Should I make this into a table? Maybe I should make this into a table. Because now I want I want minor characters and major characters, but then I want physical descriptors, physical descriptors, and then like behavioral descriptors. Or well, no, maybe we'll just include it all. We'll just include it all for right now. So let's just talk specifically about physical descriptors. Okay, species. If you're playing a game with multiple races, species works, especially if it's an obvious one. However, Meatball, I'm curious. If you allow multiple species, I'm gonna assume, and tell me if I'm wrong. You can. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna assume that behaviors will be described in your performance. Fair enough. Although sometimes people can see, like, there are visual tics or things that you can see before you interact with people. Say somebody walking along the street and they kind of walk with a limp or a hobble, that kind of thing. That would be something I'd describe. Although it's not, well, yeah, I'd consider that behavior. Or maybe they shuffle their feet when they're walking. They drag their feet. That would be a behavior that you could just describe without actually... Do I not walk around at my table? Because it's a smaller space? No. we don't have a huge amount of space. So we work with our... And again, not everybody has your situation, Meatball. It sounds like, Meatball, it sounds like your players are all... The way you describe it sounds like all of your players are DMs themselves. But you're DMing for them. And you guys also play in a field where you have unlimited amount of space. But species is good. And I would ask, how would you just tell them exactly what the species is? Or do you say, if it's not an obvious one, like, do you specifically call out the difference between a human and an Aasimar? Aasimar, whatever the half angel is. Hey, I appreciate the lurk, Hot Rod. Do you call out that they're just, one's a human and one's an Aasimar? Or do you call out that they both look human, but one of them's skin is more pale than the other? And then gender's an interesting one. Mostly because it's not always obvious, right? It's not always obvious. And I'm not talking about folks that are trans and transitioning. I'm not talking about cross-dressers or anything like that. Sometimes gender's not obvious. For unimportant characters, you'll just say it. Okay. True Blue says gender appearance. Oh, gender appearance. Okay, so what they appear to be. Okay, I like that. I like the narrowing, not narrowing. Very specifically calling out what the players might think they are. I like that. But it's optional. Good. Age, species, skin shade, hair color, prominent features. Perfect. I'm gonna copy paste some of this, or really all of it. True Blue. This is for, oh, whoops, hold on. Keep text only. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. All your games have been online. Our group is spread across the country. Fair. Previously, the only people who have been in the same place have been your fiance and his bestie, even after you move later this month. Only members who will be in the same place will be your fiance and you. Oh, okay. Species appearance, not actual species. Ooh, okay. See, I like that. I like that as well. So, for Meatball, oh god. For Meatball will just straight up, and we're talking minor characters right now. We're talking minor characters. Meatball will just straight up say what the species is, right? Lurk away, hump and dump. I appreciate it. And you're not gonna be seeing anything you shouldn't. Yeah. So Meatball will just say, for the unimportant characters, what the race is. Just straight up say it. It's also why you said gender appearance, so masculine, feminine, or neutral. Yes, okay, I love that. I love that. I'm actually gonna put in how fuck, I don't know how to spell feminine right now. There it is. Feminine. Yeah, we'll just put masculine, feminine. If there's a mix between, I'll usually just say it's, you know, it's hard to tell. And sometimes I have put characters in front of my players where I've, you know, they've asked, is it a boy or girl? And I go, it's hard to tell. And they just go, oh, okay. Because usually that means that they're more feminine, but not fully like, we all know the mix. We all know the mix. We've all seen folks that are kind of halfway, and it's a little hard to tell just by looking. Because they share both masculine and feminine features. Also, many of your players, Meatball, have DM'd, yes. And you have set up your living space specifically to make your GMing space and style optimal. Okay, okay. So you've got the situation that's perfect, right? Or almost perfect. You believe in giving information to your players so that they can make informed decisions. Okay. You're gonna post some images in the photography channel in the Discord that I could possibly use for environment art. Yeah, actually, that's a good one. Maybe I'll do that. Ooh, I like that. Actually, I really like that, True Blue. That's a nice picture. That's a nice... Wait, I can't say that. I don't see a boulder. I like the hills. I like the hills a lot. And actually, with like a free photo editor, or if you have Photoshop, you can get rid of the power lines really, really easily. The coast of... Wait. True Blue, are you in Hawaii? Sorry to call you out. That looks there we go. Maybe. Hey, at least there's multiple islands to Hawaii, right? Okay, those are really nice pictures, and actually these are great. If folks need coastal pictures, these are fantastic. And actually, with a little bit of editing, one of these pictures, if you don't mind, one of these pictures, specifically this one, with a little bit of editing, you could absolutely make this like you could absolutely kind of make this look like a mountain ridge line. Mess up the ocean here, and you can easily make a sky. Use the white of the surf to be your faux clouds. Get rid of this lump of rock right here. But yeah, this is a fantastic picture. All it would take is a little bit of editing. Yeah. Your location hasn't been a secret. Fair. But yeah, these are great pictures. Maybe I'll just share my pictures. I'll share my pictures in the Discord. That'll be like a treat for all our Discord members. And then I'll put them all up online to be sold later on. But yeah, okay. So kind of the same. Meatball said job, species, gender. If they will meet this person once or twice, behaviors will be described in your performance. So job. Are all of your blacksmiths constantly wearing big, heavy leather aprons? Or do you only describe a job if they're actively working? Because generally, I'm not gonna say, if they go to a blacksmith, and they encountered the blacksmith, I'm not gonna say, this is a blacksmith. I'm just gonna say, this is what the guy looks like if they're actively working. Okay. Yeah. So you'd just say they're a blacksmith, even if they didn't know it was a blacksmith shop or, you know, a smithy. You wouldn't tell them what they're doing. You would just say, this is Tony, he's a human and a guard. You wouldn't say this is Tony. Boom description. So you'd give them the name? You'd give them the name too? You wouldn't make them roleplay for the name? You're beginning to realize you have too many pictures? No such thing, True Blue. There's no such thing. Oh my god, actually, I really like this one. Oh, I really like this one. No such thing as too many pictures, though. But you wouldn't make them roleplay and actually ask for the name. You just go, this is Tony, he's a human, he's a guard, not... There's a gentleman standing here on the corner, keeping an eye over the crowd. He's wearing, you know, heavy armor with a helm that covers his face. Or maybe it's an open-faced helm, or maybe he has no helm, and that's how they know he's a human. They're already RPing. They're in a scenario where they're interacting with the guy. Okay. So at what point, specifically for the name, and I guess the occupation, if it is a guard, again, unimportant characters. Okay, so at what point, well, then we'll ignore the guard thing, we'll ignore the human thing, but the name I'm actually curious about. At what point do you tell them the guard's name? And if it's an unimportant character, why give the guard a name? So do you start the interaction with them walking up and you go, oh, he introduces himself as Tony, and yeah, and then they go from there, or do you not make them ask for the name if they want to know the name? And if they don't want to know the name, especially if it's for an unimportant character, then why tell them the name? Wouldn't that be an unnecessary detail? Wouldn't that fall under too much detail? I'm sure, I think right now Meatball's probably going to type up a small paragraph for me. But that's one of those things, right? Like, if you know your players are gonna always ask the name, then yeah, okay, I could absolutely see them, or see you just putting the name out there so they don't have to ask. But generally, I mean, I've never met a cop that I've walked up to. Generally, I don't walk up to cops, but I've never seen of or heard of a cop that introduces themselves by going, "Oh, hey, hi, my name's Jacob. I'm a cop. I've been working for the NYPD for 27 years. My retirement's coming up in a few years, and you know, I really hope that they don't get me another raspberry chocolate cake because boy, I really prefer vanilla." Sorry, you just got a phone call and you missed the question. That's okay. My question is, at what point do you give them the name? Do you immediately introduce them as Tony the Human Guard? Or do you make your players ask for the name? And if you just give them the name, why does the name matter if it's an unimportant character? If it's a throwaway character that the players are very, very likely to never interact with ever again, especially if it's a guardsman on patrol, your players are very unlikely to just kind of sit around and wait for the guard to come back around or anything like that, unless it's a stationed guard. And at that point, if there's a need for the players to interact, well, I guess the players do kind of decide who's important and who's not, don't they? No, it's usually after they've been talking to him for about 20 minutes. Okay. So you don't just introduce with the name. Okay, fair. That's kind of where I was at. I was like, well, the name's not important if the character's not important. And I've done that same thing. I've done that same thing. Like, usually my players will interact with a guard. They'll ask some questions about wherever they are, you know, looking for information. Some directions is usually what it is. And then before they leave, they'll go, oh, yeah, by the way, what's your name? And it's like, okay, well, let's fucking throw a random ass name at them. But you never know when a minor character is going to be one they latch onto. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. The players are the ones that make characters major or minor. More often than not. But yeah. So, would you include name as a detail? Or is that something that you make them get through roleplay? It sounds like you make them get it through roleplay. Maybe you'll just make an album and share the link. You can absolutely do that too, True Blue. Oh, I like this one. Oh, I like the waterfall one. Oh, hold up. Sorry, guys. I want to look at this one. Oh, this is absolutely usable. I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Anyway. That's in Connecticut? Okay. I like this one too. This one's really nice. This is absolutely a picture that you could use to describe something in your game. This is fantastic, True Blue. I really like your pictures. Super cool. The entire exterior is made of rocks that were found on the property, and the interior is lots of Pacific tribal theming. Oh, neat. Very neat. It's such a wacky place. It sounds like it. So, okay. There's a train that goes around the property too. Oh, wow. Rich people, man. Fucking rich people. Anyway. Let's see here. Can I? Okay. So, character descriptions. Yeah, exactly, True Blue. Fucking rich people. That should be my motto. It was built in 1914. Oh, okay. You feel like our terms aren't lining up quite right. In your style, a minor character is anyone that the characters have to interact with on a moment-by-moment basis that you need to improv. Their motivations are small and very personal. Yeah, absolutely. And more often than not, I'm not going to come up with motivations for minor characters. And when I say minor characters, I mean shopkeeps, folks like that. I'm not talking about people just randomly passing by the street. Generally, if it's just people passing by on the street, they're just a person. And I give almost no detail to them because they're meant to be in the background and stay in the background until the players call attention to them for whatever reason. Major characters are ones you have written about before you sit down at the table, who have depth and vision and goals, and whose actions have... Yes, exactly. No, Meatball, we're on the same page as far as major and minor characters goes. No, absolutely. I'm right there with you. So, this is pretty good. If there's any other details that you would give to minor characters, please, absolutely, feel free to share them. But what's the difference between the details you give for minor characters and major characters? Anytime your players interact with a minor character, they don't exist until that moment. You have lists of names to pull from and a couple random tables if you need them. So the less description, the better in the moment. Interesting. So you don't plan for minor characters like the shopkeeps and various things. Do you have every kind of available shop in every single town? Do you have every... No. Okay. So you know what services are available in each town. And I'm right there with you. I don't like including absolutely everything in every single town. It forces travel throughout the world. Save for like the big hubs, the capital cities, stuff like that. Obviously, they're gonna have everything. Major characters have the same details, but include like how they carry themselves, kinds of looks they give, their presence. Okay, so let's say we copy this, paste it, and then we go behaviors. You'll be back in a minute? Yeah. Well, oh yeah, I'll hang on, Meatball. I'll hang on. Okay, behaviors. Maybe how they're dressed. Okay. I'll just put... There we go. That way I can fill in stuff. Dress / clothing. Okay. So there's another thing. There's another thing, like... Dress and clothing is something that, like, everybody should be wearing, right? And I kind of... Their build too, maybe. Okay, okay. So their physical build, like, and what kind of descriptors do you use for that? I like to do like, you know, there's the typical thin, fat, muscular, that kind of thing. Are they tall? Yep, tall, short, but slouching or short. And they puff out their chest. Okay, okay. I'd probably, oh, I don't know. Puffing out their chest, I'd probably put under behavior, but the slouching, I don't know if I would. I'd probably put that under, like, probably like prominent features, right? Because whether they have a beard or not is gonna stick out just as much as if they're hunched over. Sickly or hardy. Okay. What's the is it wayfish? Okay, you made it, you didn't die. What did you do, Meatball? I think wayfish could fit in there, but I don't remember exactly what wayfish is. I think it's like kind of thin. Can't remember exactly what it is. Depends on the type of slouching they're doing. Are they shy or feeling small, or do they just have bad posture? Okay. As a Meatball, not allowed secrets. Come on. So, Meatball, what the fuck was it? Oh, so with your minor characters, you don't plan out who's actually attending the blacksmith beforehand. You improv it all right there at the table. I'm the type that tries to plan that out because I want to avoid that kind of improv. Because when it comes to coming up with descriptions, and again, this is just me. I'm not saying everybody has to do this, not saying everybody should do this. This is just me. I plan for myself, so I don't get in my own way. I have trouble Names, I can do. Physical descriptions where I have to come up with more details, more than one detail, I try to plan ahead, especially if I know that I have this location already planned out, right? So for a blacksmith, I know who's gonna be working at the blacksmith and I know what they're gonna look like, right? I don't know what the people look like that live in the house next to the blacksmith, but minor characters I plan out. Not a whole lot. That's why I keep them minor, and I try to do mostly the important details, right? You have a history of public speaking and stage performing. Okay. Well, that helps. Again, you have you have a setup, and you have a party, and you have a personal history that helps with all of this stuff. But yeah, I try to plan stuff out a bit more, and that's why in a lot of my other stuff, and you probably will look at this and go, or you have looked at it and gone, this is just way too much detail. This is why I have all of this information, right? Because it's not just what is where, it's also who is there. It's what is where and who is there. And again, a lot of these are minor characters. I've gone through and I've done fairly minimal detail on a lot of this. Like this one, Karis, white human female, middle-aged, short, thin, pockmarked skin, blue eyes, salt and pepper hair, and a medium-length braid. Figured that was pretty much good enough, right? And actually, I think that kind of... Oh, I can close this. There we go. Hair color was mentioned, but do you include how they wear their hair? For even minor characters, or do you just go, they have hair? This is the color of hair. Describing body language might also be important. Ooh, okay. I'll put that in as a whole separate thing. Actually, that could be the slouching, the puffed out chest, the shuffling, eye contact, that kind of thing, right? All of that comes into play, right? Plus more. These are not the only things, but more. But describing body language might also be important, but you would say whether or not you describe that would depend on the character's passive insight. Absolutely. Some things are gonna be more obvious, like the slouching or the puffed out chest. Insight might tell whether they're doing it because they're trying to intimidate you or they just think they're the shit. Speaking of, welcome the shiz. You're not getting out of bed for real now? Always glad to have you, shiz. But yeah, that's where I'd probably like throw insight in. It's kind of the difference between and I'll always tell people, this is one thing I will tell people, stop having your characters always do perception checks. Make sure that your characters are doing insight checks and investigation checks as well. Perception, their base stuff is gonna tell them whether or not this character is making eye contact with them or not, or if they're trying to avoid eye contact. Insight is gonna tell you usually whether or how they're typically feeling as far as the body language goes. But no, including this stuff, including things that could lead to insight checks and stuff like that is really good. I think of my wife's home. You would say whether or not you describe that would you use ArtStation for a lot of NPC appearance ideas. I need to use that stuff as well, because I think finding pictures could be really helpful and would avoid this kind of thing altogether. If you're able to just pop down a picture and go, hey, this is what this NPC looks like. Doing that though, probably only ever gonna want to do that for major characters, not minor ones. You say describing how they have their hair doesn't hurt for some minor character, but if it's a really minor character, it doesn't matter at all. And yeah, generally I'll kind of bounce back and forth. If it's something that sticks out about the minor character, I'll mention it. If not, probably not. For a blacksmith example, yes, hit me with it. Meatball? God, that's a lot. You have a specialty blacksmith. I'm gonna butcher all the names you give me. Farrick? I'm gonna guess it's Farrick and not Farouch. But Farrick, the only mastercraft blacksmith on a continent. Fair enough. You know everything about him. You know his attitude. You know his politics. You know his family and his childhood. You know how he dresses. All his scars. Secrets to his perfect blacksmithing. He's a fire genasi and can handle metal that is white hot with his bare hands. Okay. You have an accent and vocal tics saved of him on your phone if your players ever meet him. Okay. Okay. And that sounds like a major character to me. That sounds like somebody who has a larger impact on the world outside of your players, that your players may find themselves interacting with over and over and over again, because it's always nice to have that mastercraft blacksmith, that grandmaster blacksmith, right? Always good to have them. Always good to have them. But random blacksmith Joe who lives in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, you can make him up on the spot because he doesn't matter. Fair. Fair. He is the job. Fair enough. Fair enough. But again, not everybody can improv that stuff. I'm one of those folks that cannot improv descriptions right then and there. If something very, very specific is asked, I can usually throw something out. But for a general appearance, I cannot. I cannot. Which is why I need this. This is why I need this stuff. And I'd be amazed if I was the only one, right? Also the name is Farouk. Oh, okay. Farouk. I'm guessing that's ook. Hey, at least I got the k sound at the end, right? So yeah, okay. So minor characters. Let's go. Actually, I'm gonna edit this a bit. Hair color, style. Prominent features. We include the behaviors. We include dress and clothing, what they're wearing, their physical build, their body language. You absolutely know that you are mostly insane. You're just advocating on behalf of insanity. Fair enough, Meatball. That's why I like you. Oh, True Blue, I really like your pictures. Is this True Blue? I gotta ask, if you're still hanging around, are your pictures taken with a phone, or do you use like a nicer camera? I need to find my wife's camera and make sure it's charged if I'm gonna go out and take pictures of stuff. Bought her a nice camera. Some of them are. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. So really, I don't know. Meatball, when you describe minor characters, when you describe Joe the blacksmith, do you describe what he's wearing? Even quickly, do you say that he's wearing clothes, or do you just leave it up to an assumption? And this is the kind of assumption that's not bad, right? it's fine. I think it's fine to leave it up to the players to assume that this person is wearing clothes, right? Assumption. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. You do have an actual camera that was probably used for most of them. Okay. Well, they're nice pictures. Okay. And I think I've done that. I think I've only really described clothing for major characters. If I don't tell you, you assume they're naked shiz? Fair. Oddly enough, clothes are one of the things that I feel like I can improv kind of well. It's just when it comes to people's physical descriptions, I don't know what it is. So, did I miss something? No. Okay, no, I didn't. So we go over age. Do you... Yeah, I guess the build doesn't really matter. I was gonna say, what about the physical build? The whole, you know, are they thin, fat, strong, tall, short? I guess that really doesn't matter a whole lot. And for age, I'm gonna put like... I'm gonna put child. I'm gonna put YA because I can. Adult, middle-aged, what, elderly? Would you include anything else for age? And that really it's just options. It's just options that I'm putting down here. Hi. Do you find that those kinds of descriptions either lead people in weird directions or bog down an interaction that should be quick? What do you mean? Like which kind of descriptions? Meatball. And for skin shade, I think I'm gonna go something like pale, light, olive, dark. I think that kind of fits, right? We don't need to go super in depth with it. Just giving options. If people wanted to like roll for this, like make tables out of this shit for NPC creation, kind of things we do. Masculine, feminine. Oh, I want to put both. Or neither. This species in here twice. It shouldn't be. Okay. Bum. So you find, I'm going to repeat what you wrote. You find that those kinds of descriptions either lead people in weird directions or bog down an interaction that should be quick. Clothes, jewelry, birthmarks, that sort of thing. Oh, okay. Fair enough. So just telling them, yes, they're clothed. And that's about all they need to know, because that's fair. Honestly, do you really need to know what somebody's really wearing if they're a minor character beyond maybe a quick description, right? Like I said, a guard, you're probably just going to describe as being armored, right? Heavy or light armor. You're not going to say that they're wearing a chainmail that seems to be made out of dark steel with the region's emblem on it, or the ruling class's house emblem. I forgot what the word was, but we'll say house emblem on it, or it's emblazoned on their shoulder on a piece of like, it's the only wood part of their armor. I don't know. You're not gonna get super into it, right? You're just gonna go, yeah, they're wearing light, medium, heavy armor. That's about it. Or yes, they're wearing clothes. If they really ask, or if you really want to get super descriptive for a minor character, you could say they wear expensive looking clothes, or they're just kind of, yeah, coat of arms. Thank you, True Blue. Or they're wearing, you know, rags, or they're wearing just regular looking clothes, that kind of thing. But getting into in-depth detail about what they're wearing, that's probably something that I'd save for a major character. That's where you start describing a major character's clothing choices and like the material that it appears that they're wearing. You describe them wearing the coat of arms on their sleeve, or maybe like a cloth that's draped around one side of their waist. I forget what that's called. Actually, I don't know what that's called. But it's worn in some like depictions of armored knights and shit like that. Tabard, thank you. Is it really just a tabard if it's only at the waist and it only hangs down like a foot or so and it goes around one side? Is it still a tabard? Guess a tabard could be a lot of things, huh? But yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to look that one up and see. But that's the kind of things that you, I'm talking to you specifically, Meatball, you would probably call out for their clothing descriptions, right? So maybe I'll take this one. I'll take this one, and I'm gonna go clothing type. And then we'll go, I'll just put in this kind of thing. For important characters, yeah, crotch guard. Ah, yes. Ye old crotch guard. Expensive. Light, medium, heavy armors, that kind of thing. But yeah, again, like I could see you leaving this thing this much out of minor character descriptions. I absolutely could see that. Let's see. That might be about it for now. Or actually, I'll put this in as well. Dress, clothing, fine details. And then we'll just go material, color, etc. Because that should be enough. Scent, if it's important. Yeah, I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Like perfumes and stuff like that. That's a little bit of a weird one. This is probably one that I wouldn't include all the time, but for some I have done. I'm just gonna put etc. because I can't think of anything extra there. Okay. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. So we've got some descriptors for minor characters. We've got some descriptors for major characters. Would any of these minor character descriptors be things that you would not include? Do you any that you think are absolutely not needed? Because I think that's pretty basic. It's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. 6 things. If you're staring down a guy in plate mail, but the armor is spotless and the fuck smells like flowers and oils, that's information that can help you make decisions. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is true. So yeah, it's 6 things, but we're talking about a female human adult with light skin, brown hair tied back in a bun with a nose piercing. Or hell, even prominent feature would be like flawless skin. That kind of thing. It wouldn't even have to be like a nose piercing. True Blue mentioned a massive nose, the scars, facial hair, that kind of stuff, and that's good. Absolutely makes sense. What did I put somewhere that I didn't elsewhere? Oh, right here. I think that's pretty good. But then for a major character, you'd include all of that. And then you've got the behaviors, like, you know, occasionally spitting out, say, the shells to sunflower seeds, wearing a rather expensive looking dress made of silk. Gold buttons that run down it, colored a lavender, a light purple. She's rather short, but appears to be very muscular beneath the dress. As she walks through town, her chest puffed out, smelling of, yeah. I think that works. As I just kind of throw shit out there, I think that works. That's not bad. I'm gonna take the parentheses out of behaviors because there's too many to just list basic descriptors. Okay, cool. So that's descriptions for people, right? That's descriptions for people. How would you guys describe locations? Just mundane, basic locations. I'd probably say like size, space. These are inside, by the way. I'd say size or space. Would you... How would I say this? I don't know how I would say this. I don't know. Would you include the ambiance for just a regular space? Would you describe a whole lot of sounds, basic material? Like, when you say basic material, you mean like that, say the walls are made of wood or stone or brick, that kind of thing? Yeah, okay, okay. We'll just say material, solid stone, brick, wood. Okay. For an unimportant location, you're not going into specifics about mahogany or anything. Oh yeah, God, no. No, we're not gonna talk about whether the, what pattern the brick is in, or what color the brick is, or if it's different colored bricks in a specific pattern that go red, gray, red, gray, red, gray, and then repeats that pattern throughout it, but then alternates depending on the layer and all that. No. And if there is something very specific about how things are laid out, then it's probably not a mundane space, right? It's probably an important space, isn't it? Okay, so the size, the space, the material. What about temperature? Would you describe, just for a mundane space, the temperature? The sounds, the ambiance? And I guess I shouldn't say ambiance, because that covers a whole lot of stuff. I guess ambiance covers sounds, temperature, I guess whether it's wet or dry, I don't know, that covers a lot of stuff, doesn't it? Or would you just say it's a large room? And actually, I'm going to put that in too, because we probably shouldn't be saying this room is 23 feet by 64 feet with a small alcove in one corner that appears to be circular with a diameter of 16 feet. Like, we probably shouldn't be doing that, right? Right? Because your players, unless their character is specifically built to be able to call out exact measurements on stuff, they're not going to be able to look at a wall and go, oh yes, of course, that wall right there is 16 feet wide, or 16 feet 3¼ inches wide. They're not gonna be able to call that out. So maybe I'm gonna go with tight, small, large, cavernous? Is that a word? Oh fuck, it is a word. Not temperature. Mundane locations would generally have the same temperature you would expect of the rest of the area. Yeah, that's a fair point. And only special cases deviate. Well, I mean, if it's kind of a random like tavern or something like that the players are only going to interact with once, wouldn't you want to still describe it as like, you walk in and it's warm and inviting, right? You have weather tables you roll every day, so that goes for outside too. Oh god, you roll for the weather every single day? I did that before, and it was like one more thing I had to do at the table. So I learned more often than not, it's better to figure out what the weather's gonna be, whether you roll for it or not. And I guess maybe that what you said specifically doesn't specifically mean that you roll at the table, but if you do, that's one more thing for you to do at the table behind the DM screen or out in the open, whether you do open rolls or not. But yeah, I've learned to just roll for the weather, attach it to a day on the calendar, and then go from there. That way I know what the weather is like regardless, and it's one less thing I have to do at the table. But okay, so no temperature. No temperature. I can see that. And we won't for the outside, we won't include weather. We're not going to include weather as part of the description because that's probably going to be a constant regardless. You roll a bunch at once, but it's usually at the table while people are getting their shit together. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so inside locations, mundane, size or the space, the material that the place is made of. What about objects? Do you include like furniture and stuff? I'd imagine including furniture. Right? J-Run with the unlurk. I should make an unlurk command. Furniture, or what do you call that? What do you call the shit in a space? What do you call the stuff in a space? I can't remember what it's called. I wonder if I can. Hey, what's up, HP? Have I ever just wanted to meet it? What are we doing? We're working on description stuff. We're kind of going over different details that we would include for or include as descriptors for various things. Not as a rule set. Apparently I have to call that out. Not as a rule set, but as just general guidelines, and it's mostly for me to help with my description giving of things in my game. And if anybody wants to use this, they certainly can, but what do you call that? What do you call the stuff in a space? Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. No, that's not it. Where general words for location and place. Nope, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. There's a word for the things that are within an area or a space. Decor? Sure. That could work. Objects, yeah. That works. Skeletons again. Always skeletons. Guys, don't you know there's skeletons everywhere? But you would include that kind of thing, right? If we're gonna use like the inside of a tavern as an example, you'd probably walk in and go, okay, well, I could probably say medium as well. You'd probably say whether it's a small space, a large space, a medium-sized space. Thank you for the lurk, True Blue. You'd probably describe the floors and the walls as being, you know, wood planks or a wood flooring. Shiz. Oh god, I will blow you a kiss for $5. But you'll probably describe the floors as being like wooden plank floors, the walls as being brick or wood slats, anything like that. But then the inside of this tavern, say the floor, I don't know. If you got around to the furniture, the decor, the objects, probably say, oh, one wall is lined with pictures of various people and places, and then the floor is scattered with tables and chairs in various locations. I guess you could kind of do something like that, right? So you would want to briefly cover furniture, decor, objects, things like that. But that's about it, right? Unless you can think of anything else. So what's gonna be the difference? What's gonna be the difference between an important location and a mundane location? Maybe I don't know, imagery or patterns. Maybe specific material makeup, as Meatball mentioned. You're not going to get into whether the wood is mahogany or anything like that for an unimportant location, but if you're going up to the mayor's house or the baron's house, it's probably noteworthy that the doors are large and intricately carved mahogany slabs. Right. Also, you wouldn't make a door out of a wood slab. But it was just a thing. I don't know. What else would you throw in? I don't want to go in depth with the furniture or the objects, but decor, well, yeah, again, furniture, decor, objects, you'd probably mention that they're there. But then if you really want to get into detail, that's where we go down into the mundane and important objects, right? So maybe the difference between mundane location and important location is, oh god, J-Ron, I don't know what to say. I guess I've always known that you love me. Yeah, actually, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the difference, is the more specific stuff. Size, space, maybe the shape of the size/space. Of course, dearly beloved plays after it says that, right? I don't know, what other things would we want to take note of? Maybe like, say, paint colors. We could do Appeal to the senses. Sound, smells. Okay, and this is where we ignore my horrible spelling. This is where we include the ambiance, right? Smells, sounds, tastes, temp, lighting, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for when it's like the scale is literally like dry to wet, that kind of thing. Dankness. The dankness. I'm gonna put that in because I know what I mean. What does the wall taste like? Yeah, be licking the walls, folks. But also include textures of things. Ooh, yes. Well, okay, hold on. Textures of what? If you're talking textures of objects and things like that, then that's gonna go down here, right? That's gonna go down here. The dankness. Furniture, decor, objects, imagery, patterns, paint colors, ambiance, smells, sounds, temp, lighting, dark, dankness. I don't know. Is there anything we're missing? And yeah, textures of things. Oh, actually, yes, I do. I'm gonna edit this one. Specific material, makeup / condition. Right? Because if it's an important location, you're gonna want to know whether these wood floors are busted and broken, if there's any floorboards that have been broken or they're creaky or stuff like that. The differences in whether the floor is smooth versus rough can be an indicator of a hidden door. Yes, perfect. So, condition. Or you can feel if the walls are crumbling. Cool, condition. I think that works. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So, luckily, because locations, at least inside locations, or probably even outside locations, they don't require quite as much detail as characters do, right? Especially major characters. But that's because more often than not, we want to know very, very specific, very, very specific details. Sorry, I am just all over the place. So yeah, I'd consider that thing like the textures, smooth versus a rough floor. If the walls are crumbling, I'd consider that all to just be condition and specific to the materials. So putting it up there with specific material, makeup, and condition, I think that works, right? Okay, I like that. If there's anything else, spit it out. I'd love to hear it. But I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. There's probably one or two things left that we could come up with, but again, there's also that, like, where's the limit? Where's the point where we hit too much detail with it? Because I think we don't have to worry about not enough detail. And I think a lot more specific detail is going to be coming into play with the various objects that are in there. Oh, Oh, wait, no. Hold on. There is one thing. Entrances and exits. Entrances and exits. Because your players are always going to want to know if there's a window nearby or how many doors there are. Mothman? Yeah, sure. And these are obvious ones, right? These are obvious ones. You can plan for hidden ones, but always remember, make your players roll investigation checks for that shit. That's what investigation's for. Okay. See, I knew there was gonna be something else. Now I'm happy. I like this. I'm actually gonna do, we'll say broken, crumbling, splintered, cracked, scratched, carved, I'm sure there's etc. Okay, cool. Okay, so outside locations. For a mundane location, and honestly, I'm not expecting a whole lot of descriptors for a mundane outside location. But what would you guys do? Because I'd probably mention, if the players didn't already know, if the players did not already know, I'd say region. What else? This one might be a bit harder to actually kind of define what might be around. Biome, yeah, region. I'll put region / biome, because that's kind of what I meant. Or that pretty much is what I meant. Would you include the presence of structures, if there were any? Probably, right? Because if they're walking through, say, farmland, you'd probably want to mention, oh yeah, off in the distance you see a farmhouse or a silo or something like that. Probably not going to go into too much. While we're hex crawling, that's basically all you just give away. Okay, so you just tell them, oh, you're traveling through a desert, or you're traveling through a forest, or you're traveling through mountains. That's all you say. The players have to commit to exploring the hex to learn more. Okay. Well, yeah, and I guess in that kind of situation, it's more you're zoomed out all the way, right? You're way up here. You're up in the stratosphere and you're watching a point move across the world, right? And from up in the stratosphere, you're not going to be able to tell details. So I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense for like a hex crawl. Yeah. Because you would be looking at it like, oh, well, this hex is all desert, or this hex is desert and then moves to mountains, or shit like that. So you'd only zoom in if it's really, really important, right? Because I guess if you said that they were moving through like farmland, they would expect farmhouses and silos and like pens, shit like that. You zoom in if they find something. Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you ever include... well, no, you probably don't. You probably don't. Okay. So yeah, like I said, the mundane's really not a whole lot. So what about important? Hit me anyway. Well, I was gonna say, like, do you ever include in your descriptions details of the mundane that set it apart from other mundane things, right? Because you could have mountain ranges. You could describe a mountain range, and I'm sure if, depending on where you're from, you know what a mountain range is. But also, depending on where you're from, your idea of a mountain range is very likely not the same as somebody else's idea of a mountain range. If you were in the US, I don't remember where you're from, Meatball. I always forget. I feel bad for it. But if somebody was in the US and say they were from like Colorado, their idea of a mountain range is the Rocky Mountains, right? But then if you move to somebody who's from, say, still in the US, same country, but they're from West Virginia, their idea of a mountain range is what's the mountain range on the East Coast called? I don't remember. Anyway, their idea of a mountain range is something that's more rounded. It's smaller because it's a much older mountain range, right? Whereas the Rocky Mountains is a much newer mountain range. It's more jagged, it's sharp, it's taller, it hasn't had time to be worn down by weather and the elements. So would you describe, do you differentiate between different types of mountains? Regardless of if they're like, they'd still be mundane. It'd still just be a thing that you mention. Like, yes, this is the mountain range that you're passing through. Depends on the scenario. If the PCs have decided to spend the time investigating the mountain for interesting things, it'll depend on their skills and how they roll. Sure. But like, would you differentiate, to be more specific, would you differentiate between... Dwarves would immediately know the difference. Well, I mean, just looking at mountain ranges, you can tell the difference. But would you differentiate between large, jagged mountains and shorter, rounded out mountains? Or mountain ranges? Would you actually differentiate between the two? Or would you just say, it's a mountain range, and then let each player imagine it however they imagine a mountain range to be? Because I know myself. My idea of a mountain range is, funnily enough, it's not the Rocky Mountains, even though I'm kind of closer to them. My idea of mountain ranges are like the Blue Mountain Range or the Cascade Mountain Range. The ones that are directly near me, which are nowhere near as jagged as the Rocky Mountains. but they're not as rounded out. They're not as softer and rounded out as the I need to Google this. I need to know what the mountain range is. USA East Coast mountains. That works. Appalachian. Is that it? Is that really? Are they the Appalachians? Yeah. It's the Appalachian Mountains. So yeah, they're not as old, they're not as rounded as the Appalachians, but they're also not as jagged and tall as the Rocky Mountains. For the purpose of the hex crawl, you would let them imagine it unless they get the information either themselves or from another character. Okay. So this goes back to, again, this is the where's the limit, right? I think the absolute minimum amount of detail that you would have to give them here is that it's a mountain range, right? The absolute maximum would be for a mundane location, for a mundane region, absolute maximum would probably be whether they are more rolling sloped mountains or if they're super jagged or not, whether they're snow-capped mountains or if they no longer reach high enough to be snow-capped mountains all year round. Maybe they are only white during the winters. Is it a consistent mountain range of constant jagged peaks? Or is it a rolling mountain range with singular peaks here and there? In a game where exploring the landscape is so important, the accuracy or inaccuracy of player information is very important. Right. But as a passing thing, again, a mundane location outside. Let's say your players, well, actually, it sounds like you don't. For you specifically, you wouldn't have this issue. Because you've already mentioned, if you're running for the purpose of a hex crawl, you've already mentioned that you just say they're traveling through this biome. Would you let them, you wouldn't give any detail beyond its mountains or its desert. What they know or think they know can change the game significantly. It absolutely can. And that's why there's that problem of giving details and then all your players end up with different ideas of what they think their characters are seeing. And that's where confusion happens, right? But if it's mundane, I guess the confusion doesn't necessarily need to happen. Would you include, for a mundane location description, or even if they're stopping to camp, do you describe where they're stopping to camp? Because I'd say their camp location is mundane. But would you describe the area that they're camping, or would you just say, okay, you make camp in the mountains? In a different campaign where mapping isn't as important, you are usually less strict about that sort of thing. Yeah, outside stuff is a little more... I think I would say, for a mundane location, I would say not just the region or biome, I'd probably say size, including the size of features. And that's going to be, say, hold on. Let's say distant mountain ranges. Water features. Like lakes, rivers, ponds, things like that. Trees or groves. And I say specifically trees or groves because if there's I think very specifically sparsity, right? Apparently that's not a word. Oh no, I spelled it wrong. There we go. Right? Like just basic stuff. Just basic stuff. I don't know. I like to describe what my players are seeing as they travel, just kind of to help with the world building, help with immersion. I personally don't like the idea of saying, well, you're traveling through the mountains, so there's mountains. Like I like to include whether the players are seeing a peak out in the distance, or if there's a river that they're walking along, or maybe they come to a bridge that crosses over a creek or anything like that. It's mundane, it doesn't matter, but it's just one more thing to help build the world in their minds. And I'd ask my wife for her input, but she'd probably just say, yeah, no, it's great. But yeah, I don't know. I think for the sake of world building, at least that kind of stuff. And actually, I'm gonna say where's the word? I don't know how to spell prominent right now. There it is. Prominent features, size of features. Oh, nope. I need a comma there. I think for myself that would be the minimum, and I get it. I completely understand what you've said, Meatball, as far as how describing a hex crawl you would do it. I completely understand, because yeah, at that point it's less about what's happening along the path until the players decide to look a bit closer, and more about just getting from point A to point B, right? In a non-hex crawl, you see no reason not to give out surface level information about the terrain, things they could see or deduce while walking. Okay. So yeah, okay. So you would say that you would kind of agree with just this basic information for mundane areas? Mundane outside areas. And then for important areas, I think I'd probably just say all of that stuff. You'd say so, yes, okay. Yeah. For important outside stuff, it's probably not going to be an entirely, like, just a huge area. They're probably not going to be glancing out all the way around the horizon, although it's kind of interesting, or it's kind of good to have. Important areas might have a standout feature. Yeah, I like the way you said that. So standout feature, or maybe possible structures. And again, these are guidelines for myself. I'd say again, not everything needs to be included, but things that could be included. So not every important area is going to have a structure, although structure doesn't necessarily have to be a man-made structure. It can be completely natural. Standout feature structures, What about maybe, well, I'm gonna put communities. I'm gonna put like local communities. That's not what I want to say. That's not what I want to say, but you know, like residents. Right? Because again, I could describe my players walking through, you know, grassy fields, just mountain range off in the distance. They pass by a lake, but then if it's a really important area, it's probably gonna be like a deep jungle location with a river that crosses in front of them. It's rather wide and fast moving, and on the other side they see a large pyramid. Yeah, it's not gonna be a lot. For locations, we don't need a whole lot of detail, but again, I think important locations are gonna have just slightly more details than the mundane ones. Slightly more things that we want to make sure that we consider and we include. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to density. What do you mean by density, HP? And I am trying to push this forward, trying to keep this moving, but if you guys have comments on anything previous, please feel free to mention it. I have no problem going back and revisiting the stuff that we've already touched on. But yeah, what do you mean by density, HP? Mass times volume? Ah, Meatball, thank you. I had totally forgotten my freshman year, no, middle school? Did we learn that stuff in middle school science class? I think we did. Like either population and or buildings. Oh, okay. Okay. Population. HP, thank you. Local population. Population slash structure density. Love it. Love it. Yes, because whether it's a lone structure or if it's one of many, that's important. If it's a singular inhabitant, or it seems to be a singular inhabitant, or maybe a community, that is important. Whether something's even populated is important. God, why couldn't I think of the word population? Thank you, HP. Yeah, no, this is good. This is good. I'm really happy, considering I just talked for an hour and a half to start the stream. I'm really happy with how much we've gotten so far. So let's talk. I'm gonna move on to objects, but if you guys think of anything else, again, just let me know. Just say it. I'm more than happy to revisit, because I wanna make sure I'm kind of hitting the minimum and the maximum marks, and discussing all potential options as far as descriptors go. Objects. I think size matters. Don't clip that. We should include size. I think we should include you know what? Maybe I'm gonna say general material. Metal, stone, wood, paper, glass, that kind of thing. Texture, Would you include texture for a mundane object? Or would you save that for something that's a little more important? Because again, like texture's something that I could absolutely see for being both of them. Oh, and actually I'm gonna include leather as well. Lots of things. There's the lots of things. Three letters to say lots of things. I could see texture. I can see texture definitely for both of them. I'd probably go shape as well. But that's generally just gonna be like, shape may not actually matter. Objects is gonna be interesting because again, well now some of it I can't really say, but well actually I can use the example again. I can use this as the example, right? We know what this is now. At least those those of us that were around when we discussed this object. We know what this is, right? We know what this is for now. But if you were to find it out on the street and you just picked it up and you didn't know, or if somebody was describing it to you, well, I guess you probably wouldn't include like potential uses, right? You'd leave that up to the person that you're describing it to, right? So you wouldn't really include uses for either of them. I think this is, as far as objects goes, it's gonna be, it very well may be a lot of what is like, a lot of the descriptors for the locations as well. Is that half of a clacker? Actually, kind of technically HP. it's one half of a set of castanets. So yeah, you know, the things that you put between your fingers and you clack them together. So yeah, kind of basically. But when we discussed it earlier, it was guessed by someone that it was like a chopsticks holder slash like dish thing. And it's fair. I mean, going by what it looks like and how it's described, I could see that. Cause yeah, I mean, it's hard when we had a whole discussion about coming across objects that you don't actually know what their purpose was or is, right? So you kind of make up your own ideas and you make assumptions about what it is regardless of what it actually is. But I can't get into that anymore. But yeah, maybe for mundane objects, it's just kind of what it is. I'd say I'm gonna say purpose. That's probably the best way I can put it. So I'm gonna say purpose, and I'm gonna put I'm just gonna put obvious or not. I'm saying this because I want it to cover stuff like, well, is it a bottle? Is it a painting? And actually, I'm gonna put this in a different location. Is it a bottle? Is it a painting? Is it a book? Is it a table? Actually, I'm just gonna put furniture. Is it a piece of furniture? Etc. I love putting parentheses inside of parentheses. That kind of thing. I think that's about all that matters, right? Because with this, you can walk into this tavern, you look over to the side, you see the wall covered in pictures, paintings, all of that. You take one close look, or you walk into somebody's study and there's a painting. You'd probably describe it as a large painting hanging on the wall. Portrait, rectangular portrait style, and with a wooden frame, right? I'd probably call that good, right? If you're going around kind of just describing what's in a room, and just trying to gloss over, I think that's probably about it, right? Or if it's something that you don't know what the fuck it is, you just go, oh well, it's a large metal disc. Its purpose is not obvious. I'd be fine with that as well. I think that's about it, right? Unless you guys can think of something else for a mundane object. I'm gonna copy paste this and then I'm gonna go again. I think we're gonna kind of steal from this because I'm a fan of copy paste. Actually, whoops. I'm gonna put a general material. We're gonna go specific material, makeup, condition. We're gonna copy paste imagery and patterns. We'll say color, right? I don't know. What else? Is that really about it? Any insignia or symbol? Yeah. So imagery, patterns, that would kind of cover it. If somebody wanted to take a closer look at that painting, then it's a painting of a regal looking family, a man, his wife, and 3 children, all boys, all 5 of them with stern looks on their faces, shit like that. Advanced function. Interesting. Care to elaborate on that HP? See, now my words. What would you say would be, what would you include as an advanced function, as something that you would just be able to look at? Like, this is stuff we're picking up just by looking at things. Like mechanism. So like so like whether it like switches buttons, like whether it opens and closes. So like, I don't know, like a box? Would that be covered under purpose? Would that be covered under purpose, or would that be something separate? I can see it going both ways. There would have to be. Oh, there's one thing. I'm on the verge of catching something. Something like right on the tip of my tongue. What would that be? What would that be? Something unique. Oh, I can steal it. I think we'll just say prominent features. I'm gonna add that right here. Prominent features. We'll say something like carvings, or hey, weary warlord, how's it going? Welcome, you troublemaker. How'd you know? How'd you know? Prominent features. What would prominent features be? Oh, carvings, filigree. I'm probably spelling this wrong. I did not. Wow. You've known me too long, apparently. Prominent features. At least a wink. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Most folks on Twitch are troublemakers. Filigree, etc. I'm gonna do something like that. But yeah, like advanced function. I'm trying to figure out how advanced function would fit in there. Warlord, absolutely, you can ask me a DM question. As I sit here and I ponder what other details you would include to denote something as more important than other things around it. Oh, actually, you know what? Aura. Maybe there's something. It gives off something. Not everything has to have an aura. More often than not, it's gonna be stuff that, like, actually, and maybe I'll include this in here. I'd say that would be like a prominent feature. Do I like rolling or point buy or whatever system for finding characters' ability scores? I like rolling. I'm not too much of a fan of point buy. Mostly because I like, as a player, I like having stronger characters. As a DM, I think point buy can be, and this mostly because my players are largely newer to the game. Point buy can be a little more confusing, especially for players that aren't trying to min-max. And I think with point buy, generally you end up with a lower average score than you'd typically get if you were rolling. So I'd say rolling. I've used an alternate rolling system, an alternate 46 drop the lowest rolling system, and I discussed it in a previous stream. But it helps to alleviate the issue that comes with rolling, where you have the possibility of rolling either really, really amazingly on all your stats or rolling absolute dog shit on all your stats. So there's a system that I found. It's not one I came up with, but it's a system I found that helps balance that out. And I really like it. But yeah, generally rolling. And if my players don't want to use that system and they just want to do 46 drop the lowest 6 times and they roll and their stats are kind of garbage, I'll go in and I'll kind of tweak their stats a little bit to even it out. If they roll really fucking good, I just grumble and let them have it. You like rolling 2, you'll ask the player if they would like a roleplay stat weakness if they roll well across the board. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I should do that. I should be like, you know, you rolled really well. Are you sure you want to be that boring? You don't want to have some fun, shitty quirk? But no, that's good. I like that. I like that. But yeah, I think rolling also brings about a randomness that Point Buy doesn't. Same with standard array. Standard array is really nice, but it makes everybody a lot more generic. And especially with 5e, we need more things setting characters apart from each other. I'm gonna put advanced function. I'm gonna put advanced function in the important things. Advanced or extra function. Something like that. Everyone likes throwing dice. Roll your stats in order. Oh god. I've done that actually. We had I kind of improv'd a one shot because I don't remember what happened, but we just weren't gonna play our normal game that day. I don't think I was DM at that point. I think the DM needed a break, and we were just kind of all sitting at the table. Still wanted to hang out, still wanted to play something, so I kind of went, okay, everybody, grab a piece of paper, grab some dice, roll your stats, write them in a line. That's what you're playing. After you have your stats, pick your class, and then we'll go from there. And I improv'd a one shot. Killed everybody. It was fun. They were in a forest full of trees. Obviously, it's a forest, but they were in a forest surrounded by trees. That when they tried to cut a tree down, they found that underneath the bark of the tree wasn't wood, but it was like cyborg bodies and robots and shit. And them trying to do that activated it all, and they ended up getting chased by a flood of like robot tree zombie things. It was good fun. I don't think this is bad. I think my my grammar and formatting is bad, but I think this is pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with this. And this is honestly, this is something that I've needed to get down for a long time. And I'm glad that you guys were able to help me with it, because a lot of this stuff I wouldn't have been able to come up with on my own. And a lot of my mundane and important stuff would have ended up looking pretty similar in the amount of detail. I like it. So, I don't know. Does anybody have anything else that you guys want to discuss or talk about before I put an end to the stream? And we'll go raid somebody. As always, we like to raid folks. We like to show love. But yeah, what about descriptions made you need something like this? Honestly, like I said, I like to plan stuff out as much as possible. That way I have to do less improv at the table. I really try to keep a lot of, or the majority of my improv at the table being roleplay related and less this, right? I want the vast majority of my table improv to just be dialogue, not descriptors. Because again, I mentioned it before, when it comes down to having to list out descriptors and stuff and I have to improv it and just pull shit out of my ass, I can start to get stuck, and then I get in this this, and then there's this, and and this thing. I want to avoid doing that at the table. So by planning a lot of this out, one, it helps me kind of improv it away from the table where I'm not put under a whole lot of pressure, and I can get a little bit better at throwing this stuff out, even if it's just for myself. But I can get better at throwing this stuff out on my own without the pressure. But then ideally, eventually, it'll get to the point where you're at, Meatball. But yeah, mostly just because I like to plan stuff ahead of time to help things move more smoothly and at a steadier pace at the table. Did I see Chris Perkins play a Kobold Inventor from a creature stat block he brought to Critical Role? Oh god, when was that? Was that recent? He needs this so he has more stream content, obviously. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Warlord. Exactly. No, and actually, like, as far as content goes, we'll see what we do next week. We might actually, because Roxy keeps bringing it up, maybe we'll tackle. It was quite a while ago. Okay, then yeah, I did see it. I did see Chris Perkins play the Kobold. Was it the one that went right? The one that kind of it got stepped on, or no, it got slammed, didn't it? Yeah, okay, yeah, I know what Kobold you're talking about. I don't know, maybe next week we will we'll tackle what Roxy keeps bringing up, and we'll talk about taking those weaker creatures. We'll talk those weaker creatures like goblins, kobolds, stuff like that, those low CR creatures that have absolutely no health, and we can kind of what's that called? I can't remember what the old thing is. I can't find it. But there was an old written up thing about like making kobolds better by making them a little more intelligent, incorporating traps and stuff like that. Tucker's kobolds. Thank you, Meatball. Thank you, Meatball. Yes, Tucker's kobolds. We can kind of talk about that and then look at taking those weaker creatures, even in 5e with the bounded accuracy. Weaker creatures still end up being absolute garbage because players don't play the way 5e was designed, and 5e was designed without magic items in mind, which was probably the dumbest thing that Wizards could have done. But yeah, we can tackle that. We'll go over Roxy's ninja goblins. We can talk about the kobolds. We can go over various beasts and whatnot. Think of different ways to spice them up to make these creatures that you'd normally throw at a level 2 or 3 party into creatures that would be absolutely threatening to a level 20 party. That kind of thing. Do I find that I have any problem with being silent in front of my players, not speaking while I think of something? What do you mean, Meatball? Like, are you asking if I find trouble keeping myself quiet, or if I have trouble continuing to speak when I need to speak? Honestly, if it's either of those questions, I can say no. One of my favorite things is to just sit there at the table, listen to my players talk, go over what they're talking about, work out how the things that they're saying is going to work out in the game, or what I'd have to do to, make it interesting, or what kind of roles might be involved, that kind of thing. Or if it's one of those situations with just trying to keep myself talking. It's not too hard. I mean, I can keep myself talking doing this. So it's not too hard. And you know, I'm in front of strangers this whole time. So doing it in front of my close friends and family is not too difficult. If that doesn't answer your question, Meatball, feel free to like rephrase it in a way I hopefully understand. He was charming though. Yeah, Chris is a better storyteller than Jeremy Crawford, but Crawford is quirky too in his own way, which you like. I need to watch the games that Chris Perkins DMs more. I actually don't know a whole lot about his DM style and how he does things, and I definitely like to learn a bit more about what he does. And how he goes about different situations. It's always nice seeing how different DMs tackle different problems. Go Early, Acquisitions Incorporated. Yeah. I haven't watched any of it. That's the thing. You think they mean, do you feel weird when it's quiet while you think of a next step? Oh, if that's what you meant, Meatball, like, do I feel weird or maybe even under pressure when it goes quiet while I think of a next step? No. It's very much one of those things where if I go quiet, it's because they didn't give me enough time to think while they were speaking, but it's usually because they came up with this idea and everybody was like, yes, let's do it. And then I'm sitting there going, how the hell is this batshit insane plan gonna actually work out? But no, I will literally just, I'll sit there and I'll let them watch me think and I'll go, okay. And what oftentimes what I will do if it's that kind of situation, I'll go through it step by step, right? I'll go through it step by step and I'll go, okay, well, if this is what you guys are doing, the very first thing that's going to happen is this. So I need you guys to do, roll for this. Or if it's something that they could easily do, I was just like, okay, so you do this and then this happens. And then you do this and this happens and so on and so forth. And while I'm working through that, or while I'm going through that, I can kind of keep my head moving a step forward. So, I try to keep it moving, again, at a steady pace. I don't find it difficult. I can see where a lot of people do, and players comes up with crazy ideas. Your stun puts players to jail. What do you think of how it plays out? Actually, so there was a point where I actually had to tell my players to step away from the table because I needed 5 minutes, because I had to figure out how something was going to happen. And it was only once, and to be completely fair, I told the player that did this, that caused this situation, I told him to let me know beforehand if he was going to pull something like this. That way I could plan something out. And he didn't. So I needed time. I gave my players at like level 6 a scroll of wish. And for those of you that do know this story, you've heard it before, you know how it worked out. If you don't know the story, one, yes, I know giving your players a scroll of wish or giving your players a wish at any level is dumb. However, it was a scroll of wish. I added extra rules. I said that their wish could be no longer than 10 words. And that includes the words, I wish, right? Used Chris Perkins one time, use Call Perkins scroll. So this player, his character held onto it. You eye rolled when you heard wish. Yeah, absolutely. HP, as you should. As you should. But again, it's one of those things. And I could talk about wish. But to stay on topic, I told this player, because his character was the one that had the wish scroll. Everybody else in the party knew he had the wish scroll, because it was one of those things where it's like, this thing is hugely powerful. It announces itself to those around it. Limited the wish to 10 words, including the words "I wish," which is a great limitation, by the way. If you wanna give an object that lets your players wish, include limitations like that. You wish you ran a Chinese scuffed Amazon. But yeah, he decided to use that wish scroll at the table without warning me beforehand what he was gonna wish for. And it was one of those things where it was like, okay, this has consequences. The way he wished, what he wished for, because it's only 10 words long, it creates problems, right? That was the whole point behind the 10 word limit, is so nobody can lawyer their way into wording out an exactly perfect wish to get exactly what they want. But yeah, he didn't warn me, and he made the wish, and I had to sit there, and I actually had to say, guys, I need 5 minutes away from the table. You guys go watch TV or something, go do something. I will call you all back to the table when I get this figured out. And that's the only time I've really had to do that. And I think that kind of situation was absolutely fair. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, no issues with having to sit there and think things out. Or if I do, I'm able to keep the game moving and not let it stop. Not to say that if you do let your game stop, it's bad. By all means, please, if you need time to think, tell your players you need time to think. Nobody's gonna care. And if you have somebody that gives you shit, they shouldn't be at your table. But yeah. I could talk wish. Huh? Oh, okay. I could talk wish. I will talk wish. I'll talk wish real quick. Items that give you wish should have limitations. They should not be just regular wish, right? So the wishes should have limitations, not on what people can wish for, but how they can wish for them. Okay? I like I like the word limitation. It's great. It's fantastic. Say that your players can use this object, scroll, whatever, to make a wish, but it has to be within so many words. No limits, full chaos. With a genie, if it's a fucking genie, there is no word limit, but it's a goddamn genie. They are tricksters. They will fuck with your wish. They will make it bad, okay? If it's a devil, if it's a fucking devil deal for a wish, the players will never get anything good out of it, okay? These are the ways wishes should work, right? If it is a wizard and this motherfucker gets to, what, 17th level, 18th level, when they finally get their 9th level spells, and they teach themselves the wish spell, their wish should work however they want it to work. That does not mean that there are no negative repercussions. It just means you give them what they wish for, but then you then have to go and look at how their wish affects everything else. Okay? These are how wishes should work. These are how wishes should work. This is how I would play wishes at my table, because I think that's fair. I think wishes before characters have the ability to craft their own wishes through their own magic should be things that they have far, far, far less control over. Which is why I had no problem giving my players at 6th level a wish. Whenever you are in time trouble, you just come up with a distraction that appears that requires little to no DM participation. Let the players talk their heads off. Fair. Haven't seen any movies with wishes in them. Oh. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing. So if you look at it, a lot of the, yeah, you're being loud. A lot of the time, if it in movies and whatnot, when people are making wishes, the wishes do always get twisted, right? The wishes get twisted because it's not magic that the wisher, the one who's making the wish, it's not magic that they made. It's not their magic. They're using somebody else's magic to make this wish. They're using something else's magic to make this wish. That means that somebody or that something is actually in control of the wish, not the wisher. But if it is a person that has worked hard to get to the point where they can make a wish, they should have control over the wish. Again, that doesn't mean that there will be no negative side effects or no negative consequences, but they have control over the wish. So again, if one of my players was a wizard and they hit that point where they can actually add wish into their spellbook, wish is pretty much going to work how it works in the player's handbook. They can wish for whatever they want. Things should work out the way that they want them to work out because they're the ones making the wish. They're the ones with putting the intention behind the magic. It's not just the words, it's the intention, their intent. And then yeah, after that they roll the percentile dice to see if they're able to ever use wish ever again. And I think that's why it's built in, right? So yeah, we've seen movies about monkey's paws, but monkey's paws are evil. You don't make a wish on a monkey paw because it never goes right. You don't agree to you don't agree to take the wishes from a genie because outside of Disney's Aladdin, genies are tricksters and they will always twist your wish. You don't make wishes on a magic coin. You can use a rabbit's foot for good luck, but again, wishes are not your magic. You can make the wish, but the intent behind the magic is what ends up twisting it to be a bad thing. Just my take on wishes. Okay, it's been almost 5 hours. I think this was fun. And I love having you guys, honestly. Meatball, I love the bouncing the ideas back and forth. I really love learning how you DM a lot more, and I love learning more about your games. HP says fair take. I'm going off of a lot of pop culture references as far as wishes go. I'm going off of a lot of historical fiction, I guess you could say, like mythologies and stuff like that. You want bad wishes to happen? Bad wishes should happen if they are with a ring of wish, if they are with a monkey's paw, if they are with a genie, if they're with a random scroll of wish that the players find, they should happen. By the way, that scroll of wish, I made an actual prop. It's great. I fucking love this. The cord is not mine. Originally I actually bought sealing wax and I sealed it with wax. But yeah, I made this scroll. I don't know how well you're gonna be able to see this, but there we go. If I tilt it, magic circle on the paper. and I did not run this through the printer. I'll take a picture of this and I'll share it in the Discord. But I did something very, very dangerous. If you guys don't know, printer ink is rather toxic. But I printed that magic circle out on freezer paper on the wax side, so the ink sat on the paper, not being absorbed, and then I pressed this paper onto it, so the ink got absorbed into the paper. You can do that to transfer printed images to like wood and stuff like that. It doesn't come out super crisp, but for things that maybe you want a little bit of blur to, it works. Okay. That said, don't do it. It is not safe. Printer ink is toxic. You do not want that on your skin. The extra steps are crazy, man. You're not. I like making props too. I like making props. I showed off the puzzle that I made. The one I showed you on Saturday night. I showed off the scroll I've made. Huh? Oh, the broken puzzle box? No, I haven't, because the main piece got thrown away. Yeah, I just tossed it away because he broke it. But yeah, and then I've got the book I made for my warlock in that behind me. Yeah, lots of stuff. You mean an evil DM would give the wizard a scuffed wish spell? Oof, that's rough. Yeah, and actually, there's the thing. If the wizard learns wish through a scroll, he's literally copying down another caster's method of casting wish. That wizard has to really understand how that's done. They told you lighter fluid was toxic too, but look at me now, I'm American. Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, so before I get sidetracked anymore, I'm gonna call it, right? But we want to go raid folks. I want to go raid somebody, and I think there's one specific person. We've raided them before. Yeah, Cinderblock Sally. We'll go raid Cinderblock Sally. I want to put this out there. You'll bring fire. Any of you that are going to join in the raid, feel free to copy that message for when we raid Cinderblock Sally. If you are a subscriber, please feel free to copy and paste this one. It actually works. There we go. Feel free to copy that one if you're a subscriber, so you can use the little mushroom heart emote. But yeah, we're gonna raid Cinderblock Sally. This dude is funny. He's interesting. He also does streams similar to this, where he's just kind of. I know he works on homebrew. I know he does like rating of homebrew stuff, various things like that, character creation, whatnot. It could be a Da Vinci type thing that put mistakes in their designs on purpose. Yeah, absolutely, Warlord. Absolutely. That's one of those things. 9:30 World War II time. Ooh. Yeah, why not, Shiz? Yeah. So in like 2.5 hours, yeah, why not? I want to make more progress. So when someone steals it, they're making those mistakes. Exactly, Warlord, exactly. Just because a spell scroll is written out doesn't mean that the wizard's always going to be super successful with the spells. Especially if it's a custom spell scroll that it does something extra beyond the regular spell, and the wizard doesn't realize it. That's always something that's fun. We can talk about stuff like that next time, though. I want to raid Cinderblock Sally For those of you sticking around for the raid, thank you so much. Show this guy some love. I greatly appreciate everybody that hung around. If you're not following, please click that follow button. You vote this time. No sleep. I gotta go eat dinner, or I gotta eat and then spend time with my family, Warlord. I'm sorry. But yeah, everybody that stuck around, greatly appreciate you guys. Love having you here. Angry Meatball, again, always a pleasure. Shiz, I will see you in like 2.5 hours. We're gonna play some more Sniper Elite 5. Family time? What are you, human? Unfortunately. But yeah, thank you, Warlord. Love having you. Meatball, as always, great to see you. If you guys aren't part of our Discord, please feel free to join. There is the link on my Twitch about page. Yeah, we'll do this again next week. I know. Copy and paste those raid messages, folks. Copy and paste those raid messages. And yeah, let's go show Cinderblock Sally some love. Bye.